cómo hacer eso, no sé qué es eso. Ah, ok, ok, muy bien. Y el colega quiere... Ok, está bien. Entonces sigo hablando. 1, 2, 3, testing. This is the English booth. This is the English booth. Can you hear on the webcast? Everything's good. Going to my colleague.
Segunda consola de inglés. Buenos días. ¿Se escucha bien?
Nos vamos a español. Español, webcast, ok. Radios, ok. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Segunda consola de español. Perfecto. Muy bien, gracias. Vamos a portugués.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, probando. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Prueba. Micrófono de podium. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hay que subirle más. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ahí, ahí. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sí. Hay que ajustarle los tonos. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Probando. 1, 2, 3. Sí. Sí. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sí. Probando. 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 1, 2, 3. Ahí. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Probando. No, demasiado. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. Probando. Probando. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sí, sí. Probando. Probando. Ahí. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Ahí está bien. 1, 2. Probando. Bien. Uno, dos, tres, probando. 1, 2, 3, probando. Bien. Uno, dos, tres. Sí, sí, sí. Fernando, una prueba con ella.
Por acá, da igual. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. ¿Vamos bien? ¿Sí? Ok. Para pagar, acá.
Para hacer el mute, hacer el mute un toque y para apagar,
Entonces ahí
totalmente.
Hola, buen día a todos. Buenos días. En 5 minutos vamos a dar inicio, así que los invito.
We're going to start the meeting, so we would like to invite everyone to take their seats, and we will begin shortly.
Muy buenos días a
Good morning, everyone. I would ask you to please take your seats so we can get started in a couple of minutes.
We kindly invite you to take your seats as we will begin the session in just a few moments. Okay. Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. It's a true honor to welcome you to the special meeting of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development to commemorate its 30 years of existence. Today, we celebrate 3 decades of a venue, of a space that's been key to promote a political dialogue and hemispheric cooperation in favor of integral development in the Americas. This is development understood in its broadest sense: economic, social, educational, cultural, scientific, technological, and geared ultimately toward enhancing our society's quality of life. This anniversary is not just a time of celebration, it's also an opportunity for us to reflect on how this body, this space has evolved, what its impact has been, and how it can continue rising to the challenges of a region that's undergoing ongoing transformation. Before continuing, I'd like to remind you that we do have interpretation available in 4 languages: Spanish 1, English Channel 2, Portuguese Channel 3, and French 4. Now, to kick off this session, it's my honor to invite the chairman of the Inter-American Council of Integral Development, Ambassador Edison Lanza, who is the permanent representative of Uruguay, to ask him to join us here on the stage at the podium. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ana Maria, for that introduction and for being this exceptional master ceremony for this anniversary. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Minister of Panama, Maria Eugenia Herrera, who's with us here today, Minister of Social Development of Panama, Beatriz Carles Arango, representatives, permanent representatives, and panelists to this session. I would also like to thank the Secretariat of Integral Development in the person of Barbara Kochwar, who is in charge of the Executive Secretariat at this point, Ambassador Sebastian Kraljevic, Secretary for Strengthening of Democracy, who will be on the panel with us. And I welcome all of the staff of the General Secretariat of SEDI, all of whom have made it possible for us to have such a thorough and beautiful commemoration at such an important place, which is the Inter-American Council for Integral Development on its 30th year anniversary. This is an opportunity for member states to talk about a shared view of development based on cooperation with an understanding of the challenges that the continent faces that go beyond national borders. Its creation goes back to 1990, and it was no coincidence. It was part of a historic watershed for our countries as we left behind periods of conflict and authoritarianism. And many of our countries in the region underwent that process, and we bet on creating a virtuous circle based on promoting fundamental freedoms and strengthening democracy and pushing social and economic development forward. Over these last 3 decades, this Council has contributed to consolidate the sectoral processes of development, to strengthen institutional capacities of countries, to generate platforms for dialogue, enabling us to forge ahead in key areas such as education, employment, innovation, sustainability, and social development. However, we must recall that the context that we find ourselves in now is considerably more complex than it has been over the last few years. There are structural gaps in our region and within our countries. Inequality, social exclusion, and limitations in access to opportunities to continue to be a key challenge. As evidence in the work that we've done in strengthening city, creating and moving, that is, the headway that we've made, the strides we've made by way of addressing these very complex challenges of institutional articulation, rendering more visible what the impact of these efforts are. Now, it's become clear we need to strengthen city 30 years on by launching a series of reflections and brainstorming for us to put together a mid and long-term strategic plan. There's an additional element that I would like to stress, which is the connection between development and democracy. Integral development is not just a purpose unto itself. It's a precondition for the region's economic stability. These two dimensions are interdependent. There cannot be sustainable development if without sound democratic institutions. Stable democracies cannot exist without social progress and opportunities for all of our societies. Societies in which there are high levels of inequality and exclusion, lack of opportunities, have a harder time overcoming social fragmentation, institutional distrust, and a weakening of the democratic fabric. That's why it's very important for us to move forward in development, especially as regards its social dimension, and to move towards consolidating our democracies. This ultimately is the purpose of this commemoration, the thrust of this commemoration, not just to look at what we have built, but also to generate ideas, to hear from each other, and to clearly project where we want to move in this hemisphere. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Lanza, for your words and for this call to strengthen City, which is so important at this point in time as a strategic space geared toward achieving results. It's my honor now to invite the Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Mr. Albert Ramdeen. Please come to the podium, sir.
Good morning. Buenos dias a todos. I want to start by recognizing the current president of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, Ambassador Edison Lanza, permanent representative of Uruguay. I do want to recognize, I believe she is here, also right here, the chair of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Alejandra Solano, the two major councils which we have in this institution. I know that Foreign Minister Roberto Alvarez will join us shortly, as well as the Minister of Tourism of Paraguay, Jacinto Santamaria, by virtual means. So we look forward to listening to them as well. But welcome, and certainly for the interest they have demonstrated. Here in the room, we have the Minister of Culture of Panama, Your Excellency Maria Eugenia Herrera, as well as Her Excellency Beatriz Caldes de Aranjo, Minister of Social Development of Panama. Thank you all very much for your interest. This is a very important moment for the Organization of American States, but certainly for CD. And I see good friends in the room who have dealt with CD on many occasions. I used to be a former chair president of CD as well. That's last century, but still, I want to recognize our distinguished permanent representatives to the OAS and the permanent observers, ambassadors, panelists, guests, and colleagues, especially our colleagues who have worked so hard in CD for the past 30 years. Again, good morning. It's a pleasure for me to join you in commemorating the 30th anniversary of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development. Allow me, at the outset, to extend my congratulations to the member states and to all those who, over the past 3 decades, have contributed to building and strengthening this council as a central pillar of our organization. We gather today at a moment of profound global uncertainty, marked by geopolitical tensions, economic volatility, rapid technological transformation, all adding growing pressures on our societies and the future of lives of individuals. In such a context, the importance of multilateralism cannot be overstated. It is through institutions such as the Organization of American States that we can convene, that we can cooperate, that we can respond collectively to challenges that no country alone and on its own can address effectively. The Organization of American States may not be a strongly funded development agency, but we can and must bring political momentum to the critical issues that face our countries in terms of sustainable development, because it affects the peoples of the Americas, it affects our societies in a totality. So we must see the benefit of discussing sustainable development in this organization, not so much as a development agency, but certainly in terms of its political function to recognize the importance of development as part of the 4 pillars, which we all repeat so often: democracy, human rights, security, and development. None of them is more important than the other. So I think we should pay attention to all of them equally and in the right way. As I have emphasized on many occasions, we should be guided by 2 fundamental goals in our hemisphere, as part of our vision going forward, as part of our responsibility going forward, and that is peace and prosperity. We need to create peace, we need to create prosperity. And that must be because that is what the citizens of the Americas expect us to do. These are not separate ambitions. They are deeply interconnected and mutually reinforcing. There can be no lasting prosperity without peace, and no sustainable peace without inclusive and equitable development. And we cannot build strong, fair, and resilient societies with opportunities for all if democracy, human rights are not strengthened and guaranteed. The Inter-American Council for Integral Development, CD, is integral to this vision. It represents the development pillar of the Organization of American States, a pillar that has acquired renewed and growing relevance and advancing our goals for a peaceful hemisphere. It is in the context of profound economic, social, and economic, environmental, and technological transformations critically important at this particular time in our hemisphere. Over the past 30 years, through CD and its sectoral and ministerial processes, member states have built a unique and enduring space for political dialogue, cooperation, and collective action. A space where ideas are exchanged, where priorities are identified, and where those priorities are translated into concrete initiatives, technical cooperation, programs, capacity building efforts, knowledge sharing platforms, and strategic partnerships that seek to generate tangible results across the Americas. And I want to thank member states as well as the permanent observers and other institutions for providing us the necessary technical and financial resources to be able to do that. Education has been a hallmark of CD. And I'll give you some figures here just as an example, because there is so much more that CD is doing and delivering on, with more than 75,000 scholarships awarded as of 2025, along with mechanisms such as the scholarship program, the Leo Rao Fund, and the Educational Portal of the Americas, which celebrates its 25th anniversary this year. In the area of competitiveness, initiatives such as the Americas Competitiveness Exchange, which will hold its 23rd edition next week in Memphis, in Tennessee, have facilitated more than 650 new partnerships and over 1,200 projects. At the same time, the OAS Youth Academy on Transformative Technologies has reached more than 39,000 young people, equipping them with key skills for the economy of the future. These are facts. These are results of the work being done with a small team at CD and SEDI. This work has contributed to advancing education, strengthening labor systems, promoting sustainable development, supporting innovation, and expanding opportunities for our peoples. It has helped build institutional capacity, foster regional cooperation, and deliver practical solutions that improve lives across our hemisphere. I want to make specific mention of one specific challenge which more than half of our member states are confronted with. In fact, all our member states in some way, but certainly the small vulnerable economies. And that is the impact of environmental degradation, environmental change, and also in terms of the increased natural disasters which are happening in different forms in our hemisphere. It impacts livelihood. It creates problems. It creates unemployment and loss of jobs and loss of GDP. The impact of it should not be underestimated. Not in political terms, not in social terms, not in economic terms. And we have to be mindful of that. So it requires us to recommit to helping small and vulnerable countries to overcome these problems, especially in the Caribbean and in Central America. But as I said, droughts take place all over. Flooding takes place all over the Americas. These are events which we should not underestimate. And this is one of the functions of CD as such. Today, more than ever, development cannot be understood in isolation. And for me, this is a critical message. It is not only the task of a government to provide for development, for education and healthcare. It's a task, it's a responsibility of all in society, especially involving the private sector. And this is where we need to reform our processes to include the private sector in this endeavor. It is, in my view, intrinsically linked to the health of our democracies, to the resilience of our institutions, and to the well-being of our citizens. If we can do that, we will have that peaceful and prosperous hemisphere which we aspire to. In this sense, the work of CD is not only about development. It is about enabling the conditions for peace, stability, and shared prosperity. And in this regard, we have started since last year to strengthen our collaboration with the Inter-American system, because it's not only about jobs, it is also about healthy people. It's about people who are well-fed. Only then you can create development in a sustainable manner. And for that, you need to work with the Pan American Health Organization, we need to work with the Institute for Agriculture in the Americas, and we need to work together with the Inter-American Development Bank. We are synchronizing much more than before. This is the type of renewal the Americas need, and CD is an example of this. I think that really meaningful work can be done also with the specialized agencies which we have on children, on women, and in many other areas. We need to bring all the capacities together. We have not done that efficiently and effectively over the past years. Now, this 30th anniversary offers an important moment for reflection, but more importantly, it offers us an opportunity for renewal. And I think it is time, and I hope that the President, we spoke about this, Ambassador Lanza, is that we need to start rethinking our development framework. We need to start rethinking our development concept, because time has changed, the world has evolved. Things are different in today's world than 30 years ago. We need to have that substantive discussion on the role of development in a political multilateral institution like the Organization of American States. It is an opportunity to reaffirm our collective commitment to further develop and strengthen the development pillar of the Organization of American States. An opportunity to modernize and enhance the role of CD as the central platform for dialogue and cooperation on integral development in the Americas. We should take all the measures necessary to ensure that in the years ahead, our efforts are even more effective, more coordinated, and more responsive to the needs of our member states. I'm convinced that we must also continue to broaden our partnerships. We should engage more actively with the permanent observers, with global international financial institutions, the private sector, the academia, and civil society. Again, a whole of society approach, a whole of America's approach. We have a shared responsibility to bring prosperity to our region, and none of us can accomplish this alone. Let us seize this moment, ladies and gentlemen, not only to celebrate what has been achieved, but to define more clearly what must come next. The future of our hemisphere depends in no small measure on our ability to deliver development that is inclusive, sustainable, and resilient, and in doing so, to advance the twin goals that guide our work, peace and prosperity. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. And with those words, we now begin a day. This is a day that invites us to not only commemorate, but also to project into the future of integral development in the Americas. Let us then continue with our program. It's an honor to present a special video speech of a high-level authority who has closely followed the strengthening of hemispheric dialogue in the area of development. The Dominican Republic has been an active player in promoting all initiatives geared to making the role of integral development more visible as a key pillar of this organization. We will be listening to a message from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic, Mr. Roberto Alvarez Gil, on the commitment of member states to an agenda for cooperation geared to results and prosperity in the Americas. It is now our pleasure to listen to him. Commemorating the 30th anniversary of CD, the Inter-American Council for Integral Development is recognizing a key part of the inter-American system, the link between the quality of our institutions and development. In the context of the OAS, CD is one of the 4 pillars that structures hemispheric action. This goes with democracy, human rights, and multidimensional security. Integral development completes the vision, and in this vision, each component strengthens the others. The OAS is not a financial entity, nor is it called to be. That function is basically conferred upon institutions like the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, and the IMF, and ESCAF, the Inter-Caribbean Bank. And that's why its strength is to create consensus, create political policy orientations, and make it possible for those resources to translate into more effective and inclusive results. During these 3 decades, CD has been a space for dialogue at the highest sector level, the level of ministers, and that then contributes to strengthening the OAS as a forum par excellence of hemispheric dialogue. Its contribution is not just in the area of programs, but it's also conceptual. From this space, we saw the Social Charter of the Americas emerge, which is inseparable from the Inter-American Charter of the Americas, which reflects the interdependence and mutual strengthening of democracy and development. Through these initiatives, CD has driven technical cooperation, it has driven capacity building, and the exchange of good practices in key areas such as education, social development, work, science and technology, culture, tourism, and sustainability. For the Dominican Republic, this commemoration is also an opportunity to reaffirm our confidence in multilateralism, hemispheric multilateralism. We have promoted the strengthening of the main pillars of CD, and that is because we are convinced that this requires not just resources, but also coordination, follow-up, and policy consistency. In a region that is marked by deep asymmetry and imbalance, CD has made it possible to bring capacities closer together, share knowledge, and promote concerted efforts to close gaps and create opportunities. Today, now more than ever, we need institutions that coordinate, orient, and support. We need spaces that drive integral development, which is understood as inclusion, institutional strengthening, and human dignity. This anniversary should drive us to promote a more coherent multilateralism, and with development that is reaffirmed as an indispensable pillar for stability, prosperity, and the very future of our societies. Thank you.
Agradecemos al
we would like to thank Minister Roberto Alvarez Gil for that message, which reflects clearly the importance of continuing to strengthen the role of integral development in the hemispheric agenda. His words remind us that CD is not just a space for dialogue, but it is also a key instrument in order to translate commitments into concrete action. Now, we will be moving towards a very important segment of this commemoration. CD, 30 years, integral development in action, voices, and the legacy of CD. This space invites us to look at the very beginnings of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development and to recognize the foundational moments and the key moments that gave way to a process for hemispheric cooperation. After the framework of the Managua Protocol was created, CD began to consolidate itself through regular meetings, its first meetings, which laid the foundation for political and technical dialogue in the area of integral development. And that then provided the way to a process that allowed for specific priorities to be defined line of action, and to project the role of development as one of the central pillars of the organization. And today we go back to that departure point to recognize those first visions and how they evolved towards sector processes with strategic partnerships and cooperation mechanisms that now characterize CD. So it is our honor to have the participation of the Minister of Culture of Panama, Maria Herrera, representing the country that hosted the first regular meeting of CD, which was a milestone for the beginning of this space to create hemispheric cooperation in the area of development. Good day. And welcome, Minister.
¿Desde allí? Sí. Sí, puede hacerlo desde.
You can do it from there if you like. Give the speech from there.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. I like to stand. I was a teacher, so I'm more comfortable. Thank you very much for this invitation on behalf of the Panamanian government, Excellency, permanent representatives, and alternates from the member states of the OAS, Excellency, Albert Randi, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Your Excellency Laura Hill, Assistant Secretary General, thank you very much for all your support and your support for Panama. Excellency Edison Las, Chair of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, Honorable Barbara Cochwar, Executive Secretary for Integral Development, distinguished authorities, and Executive Secretary for Integral Development, distinguished delegations, distinguished Minister for Social Development, Licenciada Carles. Thank you for allowing us to share this most special moment with you. In 30 years of work together, we're reminded that true integral development is not just in figures, but is measured in the capacity, the will, the ability to create bridges and to transform lives throughout our continent. On behalf of the people and the government of the Republic of Panama, and on behalf of President Jose Molino, we would like to thank you for the kind invitation of Executive Secretary of the Organization of American States for CD to share with you this special celebration to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development. At that very first meeting, foundationing meeting of the Council, which was held in Panama in June of 1996, a milestone was created. We created the institutional framework at that time. After that, there was a new focus for cooperation, standing in solidarity, geared to economic development, social development throughout the Americas. That moment was the beginning of a model of cooperation which has evolved towards a system based on political dialogue, sector coordination, and collective action amongst member states. it moved from international assistance-based approach to one based on partnership for development, where countries work together and we share experiences with each other as well as technical resources. And thus, this celebration has special meaning. In marking this historical moment with those challenges of that time and the challenges we face currently, and the role that we continue to play at the ministerial level in various bodies in fulfilling hemispheric commitments. If I may, I would like to share with you that in the area of culture, Panama has taken concrete action, and we've done so firmly convinced that development is not just economic in nature, it is also a matter of identity and social cohesion. It is a matter of empathy, of growth, of recognizing that we are all unique, we are all special, and that cannot be transferred from one person to another. And we need to meet the goals set in the 2030 Agenda. Strengthening cultural institutions with the creation in 2019 of the Ministry of Culture and the promotion of the general law on culture and enactment of that law are all a consolidation of the Panamanian state's duty to guarantee public policy oriented towards sustainable development and cultural rights. It's a recognition of diversity, protection of the material legacy as the pillar of our governance. We base this on creative and sovereign conviction of culture as a public asset and a human right, strengthening the protection, both the material and immaterial wealth of our country. And this then becomes a driver of sustainable development and tourism, sustainable tourism. And this is especially important for the environment, where Panama is greatly endowed with wealth. We can share culturally, environmentally, and as one of our great anthropologists would say, we have a cultural wealth which is aristocratic in nature, and we share it with Latin America. Latin America does not stand alone. We are together. We stand together. And Panama, in fulfilling the role of host for some 200 years, we've known that we're the bridge of the world and the heart of the universe. This organization, in that very first meeting 30 years ago, was not random. It was not a coincidence. It was our pleasure to share with the entire world our cultural diversity, shared with all of you. We have promoted a creative economy, one that's sustainable. Tax incentives and a presence in the communities through the support of cultural projects, inclusion of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendant peoples, conservation and promotion of their cultures and their worldviews. And this promotes education and culture for peace. And we did so through artistic programs that strengthen the social fabric. And it is my pleasure and honor to say that we promoted this in 2009, a project which recognized that children are not alone. And here we challenge the issue of sustainable adults. Sustainable development for adults is talked about, but what about children? We need to be transformative in our view. Art is transformative and a part of life. Who is that one person, that special person, which is transformative? This is the very heart of a country. But at the same time, we need to know how to share with the community. And I think that we do so through this organization, and it's its great achievement, that ability to share that. Panama has 8,000 boys and girls and young people from 11 regions in the country, and the Ministry of Education, there are more 24,000 students. And from the Ministry of Culture, with a different kind of schools, we have some 8,000 students. A large number of Panamanian musicians, because that's part of our cultural diversity. It's a very musical country. But what happened is we had never shared it before. We had never seen it as important, and now we share it with you. And It's important and significant to learn about music, to remove lives from violence. And for us, that's the very soul of our public administration. And that's where our vocation lies. It's with institution, with the Museum of Panamanian Memory, and the first partnership with the government and the Center for Anthropological Research, CIHAC. And with that, we fulfill our mission of giving life to cultural rights, to diversity, and sustainable development, thereby contributing worthwhile experiences to international fora. 30 years have elapsed, and as a host country of the very creation of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, our nation has felt that it shouldered dual responsibility in fulfilling the principles that inspire this council. Panama has honored its commitment to CD, promoting connectivity and regional logistics. And we've done so through its infrastructures and modernizing ports, airports, services, and the Panama Canal as a driver of hemispheric cooperation, and we have promoted technical cooperation as a means of recognition. We've done so through the creation of knowledge, the City of Knowledge, and a host of international fora. These contributions reflect our conviction that integral development is only possible through integration, through dialogue, and especially modernization, and transformation above all. Transformation of our capacity for the benefit of the entire region. In the context of the bicentennial commemoration of Panama that marked the beginning of a sisterhood in America and a united Americas, we recognize the importance of cooperation in policy and cooperation in action that contribute to the advancement of integral development in the Americas. Our country believes in international cooperation, and in that we see the possibility of strategic partnerships that are beneficial to all of us mutually. We count on close cooperation in order to improve our responses to local challenges, to join in our efforts and join our resources to better respond in the quest for equity in an inclusive manner, one that stands in solidarity for the well-being of all of our citizens, always remembering that art is not just an add-on and culture enriches us. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ministro.
Thank you, Minister, for reminding us of that foundational moment. We will now be hearing from Ambassador Alejandro Encina, permanent representative of Mexico to the OAS, the country that held the second regular meeting of CD, which provided continuity for this process and reflects the commitment of the member states. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, one and all. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Chair of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, ladies and gentlemen, friends. In the 1990s, Mexico was a pioneer for creating the Inter-American Council for Integral Development under the premise that democracy cannot be achieved without fighting poverty. And as was well pointed out by Ambassador Lanza, this took place in a context where the hemisphere was experiencing a democratic wave that left behind years of dictatorships and authoritarian regimes, but that did not match the fight for inequality and poverty in the continent. And we still had peaks, very high peaks of inequality and poverty in the hemisphere. Mexico, therefore, strengthened the Economic and Social Council, merged it with the Council for Science and Culture, which gave way to CD in 1996. And this brought a holistic and comprehensive view of hemispheric cooperation. It's important to recall that it was a Mexican, the compatriot Homasunia, that first brought this to the table. In that context, in April of 1997, Mexico hosted the second regular meeting of CD, and the theme was solidarity cooperation in the hemisphere, an And at that time, we started to see the term solidarity cooperation as a concept that member states embraced regardless of their level of development, overcoming the traditional concept of cooperation, which was a type of assistance, in order to recognize the rights of persons as full subjects of human rights with the right to integral development of their persons. And with that, we began to develop programs, and we did not seek to impose models, but did support socioeconomic models that were helpful for each model in order to try and eradicate extreme poverty. Also at that session of CD, we created the first strategic plan for solidarity cooperation for the period 1997 to 2001. This was approved at the 27th General Assembly of the Organization of American States. Since its beginnings, Mexico has contributed significantly to strengthening and making CD more visible so that it can continue to be an efficient and effective council, that it would be a substantive space for political dialogue, concertation of efforts, and high-level dialogue that would have a positive impact on the lives of people, especially the most vulnerable and those that historically had been disenfranchised. For that reason, in the current context, given the weakening of international law and multilateralism, where the narrative about cooperation is being displaced by the narrative of alignment, Mexico would hope that this organization can continue to be an instrument for solidarity and cooperation in the hemisphere that promotes peace, social justice, and shared prosperity for all peoples of the Americas. 30 years after the creation of CD, Mexico would like to see this council have a long life for the well-being and the development of the Americas.
Agradecemos.
We deeply appreciate those statements that connect us to the very origins of CIDE, and we can see the path that has been walked these past 30 years. This does not just reflect the history of the Council, but also the history of the priorities of the Americas and member states' capacity to adapt to new challenges. We will now continue with one of the most special moments of this day. Throughout these 30 years, CD has not just supported the evolution of priorities in the Americas, but it's also a reflection of political, social, and economic changes that have taken place in our region since its inception, with an agenda based on technical cooperation, economic, social development, up to the progressive inclusion of innovation, sustainability, employment, education, and social inclusion. CD has been adapting along the way to face the challenges of each historical moment. This process of evolution has not been linear, but rather the result of dialogue, the collective construction of all of you, and the will of all member states to strengthen this space as a key pillar of the inter-American system. To continue with these reflections, we now have the honor to have Ambassador Alfonso Quiñones, who was Executive Secretary for Integral Development from 2006 to 2010, and whose trajectory has very much been linked to development and consolidation of the Council. Unfortunately, Madam Kim Osborne was not able to join us due to health reasons. This dialogue will therefore be moderated by Ambassador Edison Lanza, President of Chair of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you very much, says the Ambassador. Good morning again. And with Ambassador Quiñones, I'd like to thank you for your participation. We've changed the format a little bit now to a ping-pong of question and answers. I think in the introduction, both the Minister and the Ambassador of Mexico and the Minister of Culture from Panama and the Ambassador of Mexico very much illustrated the origins and what states were seeking when they created the Council, what they expected from the Permanent Council. And here we have my friend, Ambassador Solano. And the idea was to support democratic institutions and political development and to link it with economic development, cooperation amongst countries. And we could say that some of the goals were achieved. We created instruments, sector instruments, cooperation closer to the law. And the question now is, how have you seen the evolution take place in terms of instruments? And could you perhaps help us think about how we might want to adapt to the current context and adapt those instruments to the current situation? Thank you. I'd like to begin by thank you for your invitation to come back here. A large part of my life took place here in this organization as an ambassador and then as a civil servant and member of the staff over these last 20 years, I think it's been. And indeed, before I was Executive Secretary for Integral Development, I was also Director General or Director for Cooperation for Development, which was the first process that was implemented by the new CD for economic cooperation and development. Well, the truth of the matter is there's much to say and much to observe here. And the presentations that took place before I took up this microphone, I think were very illustrative, and they highlight a number of topics which I think are good to stress here. One of those topics is the intrinsic value of the OAS as a space for dialogue at the highest levels in the Americas. Often, we lose sight of the fact that this dialogue, and I don't want to offend anyone here, but often when people think of the OAS, they think of ministries of foreign affairs, but the OAS is much more than that. And then there's a great deal of value in that. Within the Organization of the American States, we see a confluence at the highest level, at the ministerial level, of various issues of what's done and what needs to be done or what is done by a country. And that in turn generates value, and I think it needs to continue to be strengthened. But that's not the end of it, because from there we see opportunities for cooperation. As was mentioned here, partnership for development, solidarity cooperation, partnership for development is an important process, which is something that the OAS did very well. It provided an almost vertical structure for partnership for development where we had ministerial level meetings and then the inter-American bodies. And then from there we saw opportunities arise for cooperation. Why? Because in that dialogue that was so rich and was very much part of the CD, from there we learn about experiences of what was done in different countries in order to solve problems which are similar to the challenges seen in other countries. And from there, we see opportunities created for further cooperation, South-South cooperation, or other types of cooperation where you generate resources from other countries and the successful exchange of experiences can take place. Another issue I think is important that was mentioned here, and that is the relationship between the various pillars of the organization. The Secretary General said it. This is often repeated, but the question is, does it really happen? And I might say something that might be a bit harsh, but the area of development for the OAS often has been seen as the lesser brother of the organization when it shouldn't be seen that way. Because as the Secretary General said, these pillars are interdependent and they need to be mutually reinforcing. And we realize, if we look at the barometer, we ask our people if they would be prepared to sacrifice democratic values to have more prosperity or more personal well-being, they agree with that. And then that creates a crisis in democracy. So there are some recommendations that can be discussed here. I don't know if it's still the case, but it used to be one of the key topics of the General Assemblies was, and this was a topic some 20 years ago, they would say that harvesting the benefits of democracy. Where do you harvest those benefits of democracy. They're harvested in the work of the CD. So I think it's important to go back to that topic and to think about how we can empower this very important part of the organization, not just through political dialogue and cooperation mechanisms, but also by showing that democracy does create benefits, and those benefits are harvested in areas through like education. Well, in short, all the different topics that were mentioned earlier today. So that's another issue I think should be highlighted, and another issue that was mentioned by the Secretary General that I think we should think about, and that's how to leverage the private sector within all of these different agendas. And the other topic that I think is very important is that of technology. And I think that with all the progress that we've seen in the last few years with the topic of artificial intelligence is one that needs to be integrated into this process.
Thank you very much. I agree with that. And our next panel, in fact, is going to talk about the relationship between democracy and social development. And I think the ambassador said that we also have the social chart of the Americas, which we haven't perhaps fully implemented in all of its dimensions. So the ambassador spent 4 years as executive secretariat of CITI, and based on that, I would ask you this question. All the different instruments that the Inter-American system has created under the pillar of development, which you have just mentioned, are they sufficient to ensure the greatest effectiveness, or do you think there's any type of adjustment could be made, any new instrument that could be devised to enhance that? That was a great question. I think if we were to take a look at the instruments that we have, we do have the essential elements to forge ahead on those topics that are important. What does need to be done, however, is to put them into practice. These instruments exist at the highest level down to the most basic aspects. But what we have to do is to empower them in two ways. The political dialogue is very worthwhile. No one questions that. But we have to take it to the next level, which would be cooperation. And that's where the relationship that exists within the OAS, the Inter-American Agency for Cooperation and the political dialogue, which is necessary for us to carry out and make more effective these venues of cooperation. Something else that you raised is the vertical or pyramid-shaped structure in which you have dialogue at the highest level at city and at the ministerial meetings, but also down into the Inter-American commissions at the technical level. But I think we need to consider taking another step, an additional step forward. We talked about this before, and that's the relationship with the Summit of the Americas process. The Summit of the Americas is the overarching umbrella, but we do know that the Summit of the Americas isn't of the OAS, nor is the OAS of the Summit of the Americas, but it does cover a broad agenda that one way or another relates to the agenda that the Organization of American States has in the different sectoral structures that we have. So there is an opportunity there as we start to solve some of the hemispheric problems that place limitations on the direct relationship between the OAS and the Summit of the Americas. When that is solved, I think we can work that structural element in this vertical structure that we have. There's work that could be done in the different spaces between the two. Something else is the relationship with other institutions of the Inter-American system, which rightfully raised the Secretary General. Oftentimes I hear it said that why isn't the pillar of development working with the IDB? The IDB Why aren't they in charge of that? But they do have a host of resources, but we lose sight of something, a central core issue, which is the very nature of City and the Organization of American States, which is to foster that dialogue at the highest level. The IDB can convene a meeting of ministers, but the validation of that would come from the Organization of American States, from which there stem opportunities for cooperation. Going back to wearing my old hat as a journalist, I'd like to open the panel for some final remarks from the panelists. I don't want to put you on the spot. Perhaps you would like to offer some closing words about the importance of City to Panama as a promoter of the initiative of this initiative. Well, thank you again for the opportunity to be here and to share this space with you. On behalf of the national government of Panama, for us to offer this support over the last 30 years has not been a coincidence. Ours is a country that believes in democracy, deeply in democracy. It has not been easy. We have been a friend of the whole world, but we have had to fight for sustainable democracy. We continue to fight for freedom and cultural rights, especially which are human rights as well. There are not cultural rights, fairness without democracy. I think the most important thing in life is the art of liberty and creativity and the ingenuousness that we have to strive for that. And life is an experience, and the rules have been laid out, and the decision-making power of people, or the decisions made by people, have to be respected. But we also have to, there has to be empathy, a move towards sustainable development that believes in the comprehensive development of people's lives. And that's hard to come by. That is the big challenge of life. We're just passing through, and these organizations are there for us to instill a culture of peace and to enjoy prosperity for families, to also be able to sustain love in homes. And it's not been easy for women either. But they say if mom is doing well, everything is well. I'm proud to be the only woman here on this panel. And I am proud to have contributed to democracy in my country along with our president, Jose Raul Molino, who has helped us keep moving forward. So on my behalf, I thank you very much. You can count on Panama's support through all of the tools for sustainable development. We've got Minister Carlos Benatriz, with whom we work, with whom we have fought many battles. And I'm here for the first time with you, but in Panama, I have had the good fortune of having been a teacher of ballet for more than 36 years. I've taught many children, and what I teach my children is for them to be authentic, to not be afraid of being courageous, and that they need to remember that it's important to keep studying to be the best version of themselves, to contribute to a culture of global peace. So between today and tomorrow, I wish for you a very successful meeting. Panama's at the heart of the world. And we're far more than just the Canal of Panama, Panamanian Canal. We have a deep culture, and we want to share it with the whole world.
Gracias, ministro. Y gracias por
I thank you not only for representing women who are inspiring. Culture is also very important for development in Latin America, which is a very wealthy region, the hemisphere overall, and the Caribbean, of course. given the creative economies, the orange economy, production of music and so forth, all of which is a very important source of development for our communities. And so I give the floor to a colleague here from Mexico. CD does have to be a body of coordination, articulation among states and for the exchange of success stories, to seek out mechanisms of cooperation and even strategic partnerships among states to tackle common problems. But it has to go beyond that, to make sure that all the policies and programs that are developed can actually be implemented. And of course, we don't have a means for financing these policies and programs that are developed here at City. That's what we're lacking. And so I think we need to think about an association, a partnership of the OAS through City and the Inter-American Development Bank. That's one of the things that over the years have gone by the wayside. The bank consolidated itself as a financial institution that is quite separate, not entirely, but quite different from this organization. What City needs to be is a tool with which we can draw closer to the bank and also to seek out the financing for us to address these challenges of integral development in our hemisphere. Well, the ideas are coming out, and as what we've just heard about cultural development and how that ties into education and integral development and sustainable development. And Ambassador Mexico says we need to move toward working closer with the IDB to actually translate the products that we generate into something concrete, to implement them. And so, Madam Ambassador, or Sir Ambassador, how can we bring all this together? Many people don't know that the IDB emerged from the OAS. In fact, it's in our vaults that we have the original charter. When everyone joins the IDB, they have to come here and go to the vaults and pull out that charter or document for people to sign. We need to exploit that. I would like to close with two ideas. One, paraphrasing what the gentleman in that niche, Camargo, the Secretary General of the OAS, once said. He said that the organization will be no more, no less than what the states want it to be. When we speak of strengthening City, this and making sure that this process moves forward, moving forward actually requires that we take on the political commitment, that is, that member states materialize that political will in support of this Inter-American Council for Integral Development, this wonderful institution, and that itself entails a political buy-in, commitment to host the ministerial meetings, for example, as a case in point. That's very important to lend dynamism to this political process, but also requires the involvement, engagement of all of our countries in all of these processes for this for dialogue to be rich and to actually translate into something effective. There has to be cooperation. And of course, the financial, monetary wherewithal to make all of that effective. Now, when we speak with the Executive Secretary, Barbara, and Ambassador Lanza, I was asking myself about some of the experiences that I had here at this organization through the Executive Secretariat of City, and truth be told, there were many ministerials, late nights trying to hammer out a consensus, bearing witness of an exchange of spectacular experiences in which developments that took place in less developed countries compared to other more developed countries sharing their experiences, and the other way around as well. That also happens. But the best experience I had was to have shared with and worked with the wonderful group of professionals at the Secretariat of Integral Development. That was my best experience. Any success that I have had, or I had then, at the helm of City is owing to those people who were committed to continue working to strengthen this council. I'm certain that that commitment continues and will move us forward. So I thank all of the staff of the organization, the Secretariat, for all of the support that you give the member states, because city is not an abstract concept. It exists only because member states take part in it and because of the support that the professional staff members of city offer the member states. So I thank all of you very much. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todas, a todos.
Thank you all. Before giving the floor back to Maria, I would like to thank all of the staff members, member states, observer states, permanent representatives. They're a part of this cooperation, which is essential for us to carry out all these different projects. So I thank all of you for your very inspiring ideas, and let's continue with the event. Thank you very much for this very worthwhile conversation. Your thoughts and reflections not only enable us to better understand the path that city has gone down, but also enables us to see more clearly, strategically, what the future of this space is going to be. As we've heard, it's going to require strengthening its ability to adapt, to be ever more politically relevant, and to have a greater impact on our lives. Now, based on these reflections about the history and evolution of city, let's look at the past, the present, and the future. It's been 30 years now. That's no small thing. This has been a very dynamic process and one of constant transformation since its first meetings, such as those held in 1996 in Panama, where there was first broached the need to move toward a more strategic model of cooperation. Through the current processes, city has been adapting to new realities and to bringing in or incorporating new priorities and rising to ever more complex challenges. One of the most important drivers of this evolution, without a doubt, has been innovation. Innovation, not only technologically speaking, but also as regards how we design policies, build partnerships, find solutions to tackle the challenges of sustainable development in our region. It's within that context precisely that we kick off our first panel, Innovation to Accelerate Integral Development, which will take a look at how cities' pillars, especially in science and technology and innovation and sustainable development, are helping to come up with concrete responses to the urgent priorities of the hemisphere. To moderate this panel, we have the pleasure of having Mark Lambrides with us, Director of the Sustainable Development Department, who will shepherd us through this conversation with distinguished ambassadors. We have with us Ambassador Rodolfo Coronado, Permanent Representative of Peru, in his capacity as Chair of the Inter-American Committee of Science and Technology, Ambassador Alejandra Solano, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica, in her capacity as Vice Chair of the Inter-American Committee of Science and Technology, and Ambassador Stuart Savage, Permanent Representative of Canada, in his capacity as Vice Chair of the Inter-American Committee for Sustainable Development. Also, Director Lambrides, you have the floor.
Good morning. Distinguished Secretary General, Madam Assistant Secretary General, Ministers, CD Chairman Lanza, Ambassadors, Permanent Representatives, colleagues, and friends. It's really a great honor for me to serve as moderator for this first panel on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of CD. I extend my appreciation to all member states and partners whose leadership and commitment have sustained this important body for the past 3 decades. As director within SETI, I see every day the impacts of our collective work in making the lives of the people of the Americas more prosperous, resilient, and hopeful. Since its inception, CD has embodied a central principle of the Inter-American system, that development must be pursued in a manner that is inclusive, resilient, and environmentally sustainable. CD has served as a vital platform for cooperation, bringing together our countries to exchange knowledge, align priorities, advance political solutions to our shared challenges. And today, this mission is more relevant than ever. Latin America and the Caribbean is a region of great diversity and opportunity. It is home to more than 600 million people and a combined economy exceeding $7 trillion. Over the recent decades, the region has made important gains, expanding access to essential services such as electricity to over 98% of the population while strengthening economic and social development. At the same time, we recognize that growth remains moderate. Regional economic expansion reached approximately 2.3% in 2024, with projections for around 2.5% for the coming years. These figures underscore both the resilience of our economies and the need to accelerate progress in a changing global context. The region also faces particular vulnerabilities to climate change. While Latin America and the Caribbean account for only 7% of total global emissions, it is disproportionately affected by climate-related events. Indeed, nearly 90% of disasters in the region are linked to hydrometeorological phenomena such as floods, storms, and droughts. These realities reinforce the importance of advancing the model of development that integrates economic growth with environmental stewardship. This is a process enabled by technological change, which is transforming the development landscape. Internet access in the region has expanded significantly from 40% of the population in 2010 to nearly 80% today, enabling new opportunities for innovation, productivity, and inclusion in all sectors. And taken together, these trends point to a clear path forward, one in which economic development, environmental sustainability, and technological innovation are mutually reinforcing. Addressing these challenges will depend on strong institutions, sound policies, and sustained cooperation among our members and partners. In this context, the role of CD remains indispensable. Over the past 30 years, it has provided a forum for dialogue and collaboration, helping to translate shared commitments into concrete initiatives that benefit and strengthen our hemisphere. As we mark this important milestone, we do so not only in recognition of the past achievements, but with a shared commitment to the future. So, during this panel session, we'll hear from three permanent representatives, ambassadors from member states, Ambassador Coronado from Peru, Ambassador Solano from Costa Rica, and Ambassador Savage from Canada. Through these three representatives, we will explore the important role of innovation in helping the Americas meet its critical development priorities. These representatives not only bring their unique experiences from their countries, but they also represent important committees of CD. These include the Inter-American Committee on Science and Technology and the Inter-American Committee on Sustainable Development. For this session, I will pose an individual question to each of the three panelists so that we can understand the relationship between CD and the intersection of innovation and sustainable development. And following these answers to these three questions, I will ask a final forward-looking question for which I will ask each representative to give a brief response, offering their insights into what and where the next 30 years may take us. So, I now begin with Ambassador Coronado from Peru. ¿Cómo han contribuido?
How have city programs contributed to meaningful economic development in Peru while addressing the challenges of protecting the environment over the last years? Could you talk about the role that cooperation in science and technology at the OAS has played to strengthen those actions? Good morning, and thank you, Mark. Warm welcome to Ambassador Lanza, distinguished colleagues here on the panel, ambassadors, distinguished guests. I'd like to start by congratulating City for commemorating its 30 years and to say that over the last 30 years, what we've seen at City is innovation, cooperation, all of which have been key for the development of the Americas. City enables us to do a host of things. Let me just talk about two cases in point. I learned about the OAS through City. stemming from a real impact it had in the concrete development in our countries with concrete projects, enabling us, ambassadors, to work on key aspects of integral development, science and technology, oftentimes very different from what we are accustomed to as diplomats. It's a challenge to talk about these topics for some of us in the diplomatic corps. In the case of Peru, city programs, based on the information I've seen and that city has given us, we have seen a strengthening of capacities tied to economic growth and environmental sustainability. In the case of my country, there has been much cooperation in the management of water resources, water management. It was outstanding, the cooperation that we got with the OAS support that actually had an impact on proper management for sustainable management of and protection of our coastal area, the Amazon region, of the Andes, very complex regions which are difficult for a country to manage on its own. And so the planning of water resources in our country, based on concrete evidence, scientific evidence, concrete data, with a proper management of cross-border watersheds was also very important. This is a very broad and technical topic, so I'll just sum up and say through that example that city has helped us manage that topic in a strategic and sustainable way. That is the sustainable management of water resources. That on the one hand. And this takes me to another program that 2023-2028 PACA Peru, which is water management within the context of climate change. And through executing this program, technical tools and climatic data are put to use to ensure water availability and security, and something else that's very important, to collaborating in the production of key infrastructure, water, power, and transportation. So these are concrete examples of innovation applied to sustainable development in these different areas that fall under my aegis that I've had occasion to work on over the years. Something else that I would like to stress that has had an important impact on my country, and this is something that Marca raised, which is cooperation for disaster response and to strengthen our capacities, because this is something that has been affecting our countries ever more. And so cooperation in that area is very important. What we've seen is that city has been promoting a more preventive approach, not just reactive, through risk mitigation based on information, bringing to bear regional tools, creating regional tools for us to get out in front of these events. Climate science, as it's come to be known, and that's also very important. Something else that bears mentioning, and this is something that is worthwhile for all of us to talk about, renewable energy, sustainable renewable energy sources, resources, and applying that to rural innovation. There's a Climate and Energy Association of the Americas, I've seen, that promotes sustainable energy solutions for our countries. That's also very important, and that includes technical matters such as biodigestion projects, solar technologies in rural communities. Now, to answer, I would just stress the role of city and the OAS in science technology, which has helped to strengthen our institutions in our countries and has helped us to bring the different entities of the state together that work on these topics, so they work together better. In the case of my country, there's now a better exchange between the academic sector, private sector, and the public sector, the government. That bears mentioning. Peru has contributed with a host of initiatives, too long to mention. Prospect Americas 2019, you know about that. Initiatives of this type, for example, have led to concrete results such as the OAS Center of Excellence And I've learned that that brings together a host of specialized organizations for applied research on these subject matters, as well as Peru's participation through CEMAP in Lima, which is a technical program, concrete technical matters that through CITI we've been able to devise. So by way of conclusion, over the last 30 years, we look at the added value of CITI in our region. It's been mostly to strengthen human capacities, institutions, and also networks of cooperation throughout the region to tackle challenge problems that I've addressed and to find innovative solutions. I reiterate that my country is committed to this hemisphere-wide work in areas of science, technology, and innovation. That's what I can say to your question. Now a question for Ambassador Solano. How can Costa Rica collaborate with CITI to make better use of science and technology, roll out advanced science and technology to thereby accelerate development, sustainable development? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Yo también prefiero.
I also prefer to stand while speaking. I would like to commend the President of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, Ambassador Lancet, for organizing this event along with all of the CITI team. And I am grateful for all the presentations that we've just heard. And I thank you for including me in this panel on innovation to accelerate integral development. This is something that we do from the vice chairmanship held by Costa Rica at the Inter-American Committee of Science and Technology. I would like to refer to the impact that CITI has had over the last 3 decades, because it has proven to be a hub bringing together public policies, cooperation, and the development of technical skills for our population. It seems to me, from the standpoint of Costa Rica, to add to today's talk, still focused on science, technology, and innovation, I would like to refer to 3 key aspects which are essential to my country and bear mentioning here: the impact of CITI in capacity building for employability. That's been very important. Also, CITI has worked on training for energy transition. We had a very important meeting about that in CITI on that very subject matter. And another topic that might be worthwhile replicating elsewhere, that is circular economy and the impact that that can have on sustainable development.
Turning to developing abilities and skills for employability, let me just say that to strengthen skills for our people is basic for productive inclusion. That means created more training opportunities, and we have focused on young people, on women, and people who are in vulnerable situations. And we've done so because we've also been stressing technical education and professional education. This was done by enacting a law on a dual model education, which would be the 2 tracks, both professional and technical education for the private sector. And this also goes along with a recent innovation promoted by our government to use an open English platform to provide free of charge certifications to thousands of people. And through certification in the English language, this can be very helpful. But this is important because, as I'll be saying later, the topic of shared services has proven to be key for our people, and we've noticed that for our people it's very important. Languages are key for that. French and Portuguese and English. It's very important to develop those language skills in our people and our young people. And with the skill development, what we're trying to do is close the gap between what companies and businesses are looking for and what the labor force can offer in terms of skills in my country. We are constantly putting productive skills in place. In Costa Rica, we have very specialized industries, semiconductors, medical equipment, and a whole series of products where our authorities have had to focus on creating more human resources in order to promote those industries in Costa Rica. Secondly, we've been bringing innovation to the area of energy transition. We are now going through a second energy transition. And I'm always repeating this in our meetings in CD. What we've been able to do is overcome 98% of our energy grid is now with renewable energy, and that has been possible through long-term planning, diversification of energy sources. We have a number of different clean and hydro electricity, thermal, biomass, solar, many different sources of energy. And that can provide the stability that the energy needs in order to diversify. Thirdly, let me point to the importance of a circular economy and efficient use of resources for sustainability purposes. To that end, we've put in place more sustainable productive models in strategic areas such as manufacturing, agriculture, tourism, and construction. And this then created new opportunities for development. And here I go back to the idea of broadening and amplifying, which is very important for us. And all of this is under the hat of a cross-cutting approach for employment of young people, for sustainability of small and medium-sized enterprises, and also strengthening research, development, and innovation. And in that context, let me come back to CD and the challenge for CD for the upcoming 30 years. We cannot forget about what our moderator was saying today, which is that CD has to reinvent itself to meet the needs, the development needs of member states, as we have asked it to. At this point in time, I don't think we could ignore the topic of artificial intelligence. And from Costa Rica's point of view, all of these international commitments should lead to an impact in development. And CD has very much helped us to generate those. In 2024, we presented the National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence. The goal was to cover public policy for 2024 to 2027, which would geared at promoting more development and responsible adoption and use of these technologies. As part of that effort, we also crafted the first national guide on artificial intelligence for educators. There's about 65,000 people that are impacted by this and benefit from it. But the most important impact is the one on the students. Our calculation is that it will benefit students in public education for up to more than 1 million children will benefit. That's very important to create those important skills from an early age. And beyond those instruments, we need to also focus on institutional architecture. That will make it to translate general principles of comprehensive governance to an ethical, safe, and inclusive use of technologies. We also believe that CD can continue playing a key role, which is extremely important, as a platform for hemispheric cooperation. And this is particularly true for the exchange of good practices and the development of common frameworks for measurement that would look at the social, economic, and environmental impact of policies. 30 years after the creation of CD, we need to think about it as a new opportunity, a renewed opportunity to continue being a catalyst for innovation, which has always been focused on the integral development of our member states. I should say that you can count on Costa Rica to participate in that collective effort. We're convinced that innovating doesn't just mean making progress technologically. It also means making sure that that progress translates into real opportunities for the peoples of the Americas. Thank you.
Ambassador Solano. And finally, I'll turn to Ambassador Savage from Canada. Ambassador, Canada has had some success in using innovative clean technology and Indigenous-led conservation to meet sustainable development priorities? What are some of Canada's lessons that can be applied to CD to meet sustainable development priorities going forward? Please.
Merci, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Pastor Lembres, thank you one and all. It's my honor to participate and share with you some of the experiences we had in Canada. I'd like to look at what we've done and what we learned from our own Indigenous people, which might be a little bit different and something different that Canada can offer you. Also, financing. And our approach to financing of sustainable development. As you know, Canada has a rich legacy. We have our Indigenous people, First Nations, and they have always been in the avant-garde, often even more so than the Government of Canada. They've been at the forefront of conservation, preserving diversity, and sustainable development. They've been really in the avant-garde on that. And what we can say and what we've observed of our Indigenous people is that they take a comprehensive approach, an integral approach that uses their traditional know-how, of course, and a general approach that seeks to protect the land, and it's very inclusive. It includes the communities around them. It's also very respectful of rights, the rights of their own nations and all the communities around them. And inspired by them and that model, we developed a program which is called the Indigenous Guardians. And it promotes Indigenous leadership in improving management of our forest, land, and waters. This program works very closely with the Canadian First Nations, so they will be the eyes and ears and on the ground in order to get a sense of the environmental and ecological health. They look at the different, they're guardians of zones and species that are very delicate and sensitive. So we were inspired by them to translate our actions into further actions at the international level, especially in development, especially in the area of climate action. We had a number of projects that we have crafted in collaboration with the Indigenous people. They are also working with partners in Bolivia, Colombia, Guatemala, and Peru. And these projects were designed by and implemented in partnership with the Indigenous peoples of Canada. They craft solutions that are nature-based and that are oriented toward dealing with climate change and that are more respectful of nature. And they create spaces that work well with joint action with the Indigenous people, but also the communities around them and governments. And they promote and favor the sharing of knowledge. So this is a partnership that is not administered from top down in English.
Really to address sustainable development through the interconnectedness of these different things, of course. Climate change and biodiversity, which I noted earlier, but there are other areas too. And as we all know, public funds never go far enough. No matter how much we would like to invest and we think we can invest, taxpayer dollars are always limited. So that has led us to try to be more innovative in our approach, and I know we're not alone in this, and I'm happy to say CD has also begun to look at this. And we've taken on an approach where we do more blended finance projects, which have the advantage of de-risking projects, which then make them more inviting for the private sector to participate in and help bring their innovation, their agility to the aimed result of whatever the project might be. Blended finance, as you know, brings in private capital to promote innovation and target key sectors tailored to the specific needs of communities and countries where they're working. For example, we have Canada a climate finance program that supports disaster risk resilience in over 40 countries around the world, including a significant number of small island developing states in the Caribbean. These projects strengthen the capacity of local and national governments to plan and prepare for disasters, build resilient logistics and supply chains, and manage warehouses and even communications with the public during, before, and after disasters. We also have a project called Skills to Access the Green Economy, which is another example where we try to align climate change and economic development goals. This seeks to build more qualified and inclusive climate resilient workforces. And this project is active right now in Belize, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, and St. Lucia. Both these projects I've talked about try to align, as I was saying, environmental and economic needs of the communities and countries where they are active. So if I can say anything about our experience, is that sustainable development from our time in working in it and working with our partners is most effective when climate, biodiversity, and economic goals are pursued together, and that we take an innovative approach to trying to find the resources and the partners to realize the ambitions of those projects. So I hope CD perhaps can learn from some Canadian experiences that count on Indigenous leadership and innovative financing to try to develop the skills, the science, and the resilience in our countries to advance inclusive economic growth and shared challenge that we all face around the environment to overcome those challenges and build a better future. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer, Ambassador Savage, and to all of you. And by way of wrapping up with our panelists, I'm going to ask one common question for each of the three, and if maybe just a quick response from each of you. What is one recommendation to leverage innovative technologies and services to foster regional competitiveness to accelerate sustainable development that you suggest for CD for the next 30 years? We'll go down the line the same. So Ambassador Coronado, please.
Thank you, Mark. Desde la perspectiva del...
From Peru's point of view, the future competitiveness of our economy will to a large extent depend on sustainable and innovative management of our natural resources. In that regard, we think it's key that CD and CITI promote a hemispheric agenda geared to management of natural resources with specific, precise data that is science-based evidence and technology, emerging technologies that's talked about so much now. Peru has a series of initiatives underway with the OAS, with CD, which can be replicated throughout the region. For example, with Colombia, we have the cross-border circular economy project in place. It's an important, very important project that impacts the border with Colombia to value the residuals of the small rivers for rivers and fishing and for agriculture. It's an interesting project. Some 300 farmers and fishermen in the border area with Colombia. It's been a successful project, and it could be expanded to other sectors, such as critical ones, such as critical mining, rare earth mineral, or sustainable mining for the sustainable management of a region. Another initiative that might be interesting to look at is again in the area of management of innovative energies to better use for these purposes satellites, for example, to observe the fields and the use of the land, and the use of artificial intelligence for these purposes applied to water security and environmental management, all of that. And in general, all of these contributions then, of course, improve decision-making in real time, given various situations, even disasters that might impact farming, for example. So it's important. These are all tools, technologies, satellites, and so forth. These are all fundamental instruments, not just for environmental protection per se, but also for sustainable economies and for key sectors for our economies and our country, such as agriculture and mining, for example, in the case of my country. Another interesting idea, Mark, is, and dear colleagues here, an interesting idea, I think Peru can work with it. An idea is about how we manage all this information in terms of streamlining and to manage the information more effectively, more rationally. And it could have we could have a sort of a hemispheric database to collect all this information in a centralized location. We could call it natural resiliency, the natural resiliency data, to allow for exchange of information, training capacity, technology capacity, monitoring soil, for example, in real time, investment for sustainable development, and improve regional competitiveness vis-a-vis climate variability, which impacts us and impacts our economies and impacts our sustainable development. And in that, I would like to conclude, but say the future of competitiveness in the Americas, as I've pointed out, is very closely intertwined with our capacity to manage sustainably and our capacity to transform knowledge and technology into integral development. Thank you.
Gracias. Gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Solano, please.
Muchísimas.
Thank you very much. In the speech given by Secretary General Rondon, he mentioned an inventory of everything that was done well by CD, and I think I would add everything that relates to this marketing of tools of CD in the service of member states. The Secretary mentioned the Youth Academy. We have also the whole system of grants from CD, SETI, that the organization provides, and creative financing through the Leo Rowe Fund. And here we have the chair. This is not just a grant program, but a scholarship program, adds the interpreter. This program for financing, which is so important for the academic world, universities in the United States, we also have all the strategic partnerships, organizations that are affiliated with the OAS, such as the YDP, PIDF, and Transfer the Americas. And I think that the models for exchange to create more viability for our people have that technological approach that we need to have specialized manufacturing tools or video gaze, coding, scientific research, remote sensing, as was mentioned by others here. All of these new technologies, information technologies, come from the OAS with that approach. We have a number of agreements that have been signed within SETI, CD, such as META. That's for artificial intelligence and augmented reality. We need to advertise and raise awareness of all that's good that's done by CD. And we probably need a campaign that says 30 years of CD and its huge impact on skill building in the Americas, 30 years of CD and its huge impact in creating jobs for our young people, promoting of science and technology, helping vulnerable populations. I think this also depends on the member states. It's up to member states to do this. Right now, Costa Rica has the chair of the Permanent Council, and in partnership with the chair of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, President Lanza, Chair Lanza, I'd like to set up a showcase event to show everything that's done by these organizations. We always have the issue of resources. Resources are always scarce, but there are always ways of being creative in using them. And CD is a perfect platform with all the partnerships that it has with the private sector, permanent observers, affiliated organizations. I know that this is a turning point that we're all studying and we're thinking about. And we're thinking about what CD has done over the last 30 years to get to where we are now. But also, this is a turning point. We have to make sure that it's not the traditional fora of exchange of good practices, but it can go beyond that. It can be the guiding light for us so that we can replicate these models at scale, take these good practices and turn them into models. For example, the electrical program set up by our partner in the sub-region of Central America and the Dominican Republic. How can we support these models to make sure they're replicated in other regions of the OAS countries? We need to be creative, and soon we'll have a new executive secretary in CD. These 30 years should also be celebrated by also valuing everything that's been done, valuing the vision of member states working hand in hand with the Secretariat and strategic partners in order to make sure that everything that's good that we've done has an impact on young people, women, and vulnerable populations. Because all of that translates into integral development, and it means that all of our peoples can be valued. So we really need to highlight those partnerships in order to generate tangible and real results. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. For a final response, Ambassador Savage, please.
Hello. Voilà.
I'll take one of the topics that was mentioned by my colleagues here and just say I fully agree. Today, what we're doing is celebrating 30 years of CD, in fact, but I think it's also a time to talk about the successes of CD and its impact. But we're also talking about innovation in the future, so it's also a moment of reflection, a time to think about what were the greatest successes of CD, what was its greatest impact, and how can we leverage that and use it as a foundation for doing more in the future and having even greater positive impact for our peoples in the future.
My colleagues here, that CD has had a long and distinguished history already, 30 years. Maybe that's still young, I guess, compared to how old I am anyway, but there are real successes that we can look to, but after today's celebration, I think we should also look back and think about where the CD has had the most impact and how that can inform our future. I think Ambassador Solano's points about innovation are really important and being inclusive about innovation and the direct impact Peru has experienced and benefited from. And Canada's own experience where we found that if you design development projects and policies in a fashion that's inclusive and respectful of the rights of the individuals and communities involved, you're building for a longer term, more sustainable impact for those projects, which in themselves create virtuous circles that will attract investment in private funding, and that CD, although I'm sure it's already experimented in that, needs to also look more at other sources of funding, and where does the OAS and CD fit in the ecosystem of international development assistance? Ambassador Encinas of Mexico talked about the Inter-American Development Bank very rightly. That is an institution that has a lot of resources, and perhaps we need to, and I know the Secretary General has already begun more active discussions with them, but we need to double down on that and talk more with partners like those so that the genius and value added of each institution can be better brought together and orchestrated to have greater impact on us all. So I hope that's what CD will do going forward. Certainly you can count on Canada as a partner to engage and support the great work it has done. Thank you.
Thank you, ambassadors. Thanks to all of you. This has been extremely interesting and encouraging. And by way of conclusion to this session, I'm honored to turn over to my friend Cesar Parga. Cesar is the Chief of Competitiveness, Innovation, Science and Technology section at SETI, the Department of Economic Development. Please share with us your concluding remarks, Cesar, please.
Ahora sí.
It's working now? Thank you. Well, the truth is that it's an honor to be here with you this morning. In the midst of the celebration, I appreciate being able to be with you at this time. It's a privilege. It's difficult in 3 minutes to sum up everything that's been said in this panel, but I think Ambassador Solana said it well. When we speak of innovation, we are not just talking about technology. We're talking about solving real problems for people. In essence, I think that is CD's mandate. Over the last 30 years, and we heard this in all the statements made, over the last 30 years, CD has been much more than an institutional space. It's been a hemispheric platform where policy dialogue becomes action and cooperation and turns into concrete results for integral development. We heard examples of how innovation is linked to the needs of our societies. Very concrete examples were given. In the case of Peru, Ambassador Coronado shared with us about how intelligent management of natural resources can be compatible with sustainable economic growth. He also shared with us some examples in the area of water security, infrastructure, energy, and he talked about the importance of not decoupling rural development with strategic plans. In the case of Costa Rica, Ambassador Solana reminded us that it can be important to promote competitiveness along with sustainability and digital transformation. Technology can help this. And we need to address the weaknesses of the population at all levels, and working in areas such as energy, the circular economy, and the properties and characteristics of competitive growth, such as bilingualism, are important. Dual-track learning, both for employment and in education, and then the connection between what's happening in technology with what's happening in economic development and strategic priorities set by a country.
Also shared with us was the importance of innovation being even that much more powerful when aligned with the territorial aspects, with communities, giving rise to a space geared toward resilience, sharing with us some strategic programs in Canada, regional cooperation being one of them, with Latin American countries as well as the Caribbean. He also addressed the importance of economic development along with sustainable development. In sum, all these examples go to show that CD over the last 30 years has built institutions, inter-American networks, policy frameworks, all of which have been consolidated through hemispheric meetings, and it has become a place for generating capacities, building capacities. Also addressed were remaining challenges, gaps in technology. I think, as a case in point, rural communities were raised over the next 30 years. What was stressed were some important ideas about how to work with the leadership of member states at CD on matters such as artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing, energy security, energy and power transition, and the economy. In all of these forecasts, what we have heard is how important national capabilities are, but that it is also important for there to be regional integration, interoperability in technology. Also mentioned was how important multilateralism is. City does offer a unique venue where states can dialogue and build collective solutions, and this happens when discussions among delegations go from one-off positions to building a consensus. And representing a country, you are great examples of this, is of great importance because it means that you are bringing your own experiences, sharing what has worked, what hasn't worked. Development is not linear. It's an ongoing process. In summary, I would just like to thank the ambassadors for your participation here and for giving me the opportunity to share in this experience with you, and I would ask for a round of applause for this panel.
Muchas gracias por esta conversación.
Thank you for this conversation, which highlights the key role of innovation to speed up integral development in the Americas. Now we're going to move on to a segment that will enable us to translate all of these experiences into concrete results. We're going to look at real examples of how cities work through its different sectoral processes can lead to tangible results. In our countries, we're going to hear from the tourism sector, which is very important for creating jobs, economic development, and sustainable development in the region. We're going to start with a message from the Minister of Tourism of Paraguay, Jacinto Santa Maria, in his capacity as chair of the Inter-American Committee of Tourism. Then we're going to hear from the Minister of Tourism of Paraguay. We now will hear that remark, which is going to be a video.
Excelencias.
Your Excellencies, delegates, friends, a warm welcome from Asunción. I'm Jacinto Santa Maria, the new Tourism Minister of Paraguay, and it falls to me to preside over the Inter-American Committee on Tourism, and that makes me very happy. This makes me happy to speak here, to have the opportunity to speak with you and share with you the celebration of the 30 years of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, whose activities I had already been staying abreast of from the viewpoint of the private sector where I worked. I have no doubts that city is a key aspect of the Inter-American system, whose merit is knowing how to translate political dialogue into actions that actually change lives throughout the continent. Today, in our sector, more than ever, we believe that tourism, in addition to being an important engine of economic growth, is also a tool for peace, inclusion, and resilience that builds bridges and helps people grow. Over these years, we have learned that what is really important isn't only to measure how many tourists arrive, but what our community's capabilities are, especially in the rural areas, as well as leadership, to, in a sustainable and dignified way, integrate ourselves into the global economy. City, on this, has made a mark in our region. Cooperation within the OAS has played a tangible role by way of bringing about technological transformation in small and mid-sized companies, SMEs, strengthening regional connectivity, and creating security protocols for tourism, making our region a more reliable, trustworthy one. These achievements are the direct result of dynamic multilateralism that city has known how to foster. Now, from the chairmanship of CITUR, I take on the commitment of promoting progress toward more participatory leadership, and I would encourage you to continue using this forum for us to continue coming up with concrete solutions benefiting all of our countries. Working together, we will enable tourism to grow and consolidate as a powerful tool for integral development of our countries. I would also like to commend and thank the city for 3 decades of positive impact in the transformation of so many lives in our region, offering its praiseworthy work, working together, facing that challenge so that we can all live in the world with dignity. Thank you. Now we're going to hear from Guatemala. It's an honor for us to play for you a message from Harris Whitback, General Director of the Guatemalan Institute of Tourism, in his capacity as President of Group 1 of the Inter-American Committee of Tourism. I would ask to have his intervention played. Representatives and authorities of member states of the OAS, I greet you from the center of the Quiché territory, the path of time, which is a route in which you can hear the echoes of time, spirituality, and landscape through the ancient realm. This is the 30th anniversary of city, and we join this not just to celebrate the date, but to underscore its role as a space which has contributed to development in the Americas. Today, we don't only participate, but we lead with a strategic vision which transforms the agenda of integral development in tangible results. As a chair of the CITUR Group 1, we have taken on the commitment of making diplomacy a dynamic tool, pushing forward diplomacy throughout the land. Leadership of the group seeks to drive tourism in indigenous communities, which would break from the traditional bureaucratic strictures, working with public-private sectors as well as local communities. This isn't a hierarchical model, but one that's based on dialogue and the active participation of indigenous authorities. Our roadmap 2026-2027 is not a static document. It's a plan of action to preserve the cultural legacy and natural legacy while we create equity. Working together throughout the hemisphere has been key to move forward with this agenda. Guatemala has been a beneficiary of initiatives promoted by the OAS through CITI and its Inter-American Commission of Tourism, which has contributed to strengthening capacities in sustainable community tourism, exchange of experiences, building networks of collaboration, and generating shared knowledge throughout the region. We also promote opportunities for exchange, such as a regional indigenous dialogue, in which we are honored to invite member states. This is a result of an internal transformation. Our master plan of sustainable tourism 2026-2023 marks a turning point. It's a plan built by the country for the country. We integrate the voices of more than 2,000 people in participatory workshops throughout Guatemala. This is the new governance that celebrates the Maya, Garufuna, Xinca, Ladino communities. In the 30 years of CITI, Guatemala reasserts its commitment to the OAS and this Forum of the Americas. Dialoguing, articulating together. This is the way together we can build the future we want. Thank you very much from Guatemala. A big hug. We're grateful for these interventions that show how these processes in CITI can bring about concrete impacts in strategic areas for development. The prior panel talked about how innovation can drive solutions, and the testimonials we've heard talks about how this all materializes. Next, we're going to talk about people, because integral development is not possible without quality education, without germane abilities or skills and real opportunities for jobs. Now, panel number 2, education, skills, and the future of work, a space that will address how the pillars of education and employment are contributing, helping to prepare our societies for the challenges of a world in constant transformation. Throughout the last decades, CITI has consolidated important ministerial processes in this area, strengthening political dialogue, promoting the exchange of best practices, supporting public policy creation geared toward developing human capital in our region. Today, vis-a-vis these technological transformations that are at breakneck speed, changes in labor markets and new skill demands, this dialogue has become that much more important. To moderate this panel, it's our pleasure to have with us Jesus Shukri Jokoman, Director of the Human Development Section and of Education and Employment, who will guide us through this talk along with distinguished ambassadors. With us, we have Ambassador Monica Rosa Irene Palencia Núñez, Permanent Representative of Ecuador in her capacity as the President of the Inter-American Committee of Education, Ambassador Benoni Belli, Permanent Representative of Brazil, in his capacity as Vice Chair of Group 1 of the Inter-American Conference of Ministers of Labor, and Ambassador Victor Fernandez, Permanent Representative of Barbados, in his capacity as Vice Chair of Group 2 of the Inter-American Conference of Ministers of Labor. Also, Maria Claudia Camacho from the Work and Employment Section. Director Jacoman, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Ana Maria, and good afternoon, everyone. Ambassadors, permanent representatives, alternatives, observers, permanent observers, colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today, following through on what we have heard from Ambassador Quiñones and the Minister Herrera, Ambassador Solana, Ambassador of Mexico. I would like to start this panel addressing some of the conclusions or following up on some of the conclusions we've drawn from some of the different dialogues with ministries of education and labor, and I would go so far as to say with ministries of the environment. I'm not going to mention the topic of democracy because this isn't the place, this isn't the forum for that, but we have also driven in this dialogue secretariats, such as what the Secretary General said, working with secretariats to ensure that there be communication between the different pillars and that conclusions are drawn. So, on that, conclusions of your authorities, ministers of education and the environment, tell us that we are going through times of deep transformations resulting from new technologies. Stress is placed on artificial intelligence, of course, but also demographic transformation and climate change. This can be seen in the impact that we see is being felt by young people in this new labor place regarding the skills, especially as regards the skills they need, that need to be trained in for them to find these jobs and succeed in these jobs. Now, Ambassador Valencia, as a chair of the Inter-American Committee on Education, I would ask you, from the standpoint of this Inter-American Committee on Education and your chairmanship, how do you see the role of education vis-a-vis this transformation in the world of work? And why is it so important for us to stitch together coordinated responses across the different areas, ministries of education and ministries of labor, namely, within the work of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development? Thank you. Let's all stand just for a minute because it looks to me that you're falling asleep. You're very tired. Let's lighten our load. And anyone who believes sincerely that at this point in time, with ChatGPT, with Gemini, and other artificial intelligence mechanisms, tell me if you think education is worth anything. Raise your hands if you think that education still matters. It still is useful, has a purpose. Well, great. Thank you. Now we can sit down. Now, that question, I'll answer it. Education is going to be as useful as what we expect of it. Without a doubt, I would like to say to you, there's a book that I love, which is called The End of Education, of Niles Paulman, who says that the purpose of education is to create people with a collective commitment, with a view toward the public. There are others who say, no, the important thing about education is that that people be capable of finding a job. Well, we have a lot of unemployed intellectuals. There's a category in sociology of the illustrated unemployed. And then if they say, well, be careful, we have to have skills, the skills of computer skills, of using AI, of computer skills, generally speaking, knowing how to connect over great distances, to take part in different languages in conferences. And I would ask what these skills are. Edgar Morin says that we have to have the essential skills for life skills, learn how to learn how to do, and how to become a human being, how to get along, to live with people, to have this, to have empathy with others, to support others. These are the skills we all need to learn, to innovate, to transform oneself, and to learn something which I love, which is to learn how to be a part of something, to integrate yourself into other things. That's why City is so important, because here, that's what we do, integration in education. Now, going back to your question, without a doubt, linkages with Ministry of Labor are important because we have to ensure employability. There is not a real education without any sense of belonging and quality. There can't be education with only employability being the purpose. We can have tons of jobs that don't think, that don't reason, that don't build or deconstruct. That's why it's important that we not only have inhabitants with an ID, a national ID, but that are actually citizens and hopefully citizens of all of the Americas. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, Ambassador Belli, Ambassador, before starting by answering that question, I would like to thank Brazil for its support to all of the scholarship programs that we offer through your department. I thank you for Brazil's collaboration with the Organization of American States. We've been able to offer all of these scholarships to young graduates and to young people who are just going to be starting their career. They have the opportunity to be trained and to learn Portuguese. As you reminded me, today is the day of the Portuguese language, you told me. So I thank you very much for all of your support. So Brazil has been a champion of working together between ministries of labor and education. It has presided over meetings of different conferences and different working groups, and it has held clear leadership in enhancing integration between labor and education, preparing the subject matter for this panel. Maria Claudia reminded me that the first workshop at the Inter-American Network for Labor Administration on the topic of labor and education and young workers was held in 2016, 10 years ago in Brazil. Now, this has become an ongoing thing. In September, we're going to go to Panama to bring together, once again, the ministers of education and labor to talk about this topic. So, from this, in this leadership role and following through with what Ambassador Valencia said about transforming the world of work, of labor, what do you think the future of work is in the region? Why do you think that depends on better articulation between education and labor? And what contribution through the Inter-American Conference of Ministers of Labor and the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, what will help OAS to make progress in this area? I would like to express thanks for the invitation. I'd like to tell you I'm honored to take part in this seminar in which we celebrate 30 years of city on the International Day of Portuguese, and I'm going to speak in Portuguese to all of you. Whoever doesn't understand Portuguese, there is interpretation available for you to better understand our beautiful, wonderful language. Now, before answering your question, I would like to go back to what Ambassador Valencia said. We, in Brazil, have a great educator, Paulo Freire, who said that the basis of education is precisely to learn how to learn and to think critically about the reality around us. Now, when we think about education and of labor, of work, the focus oftentimes is on skills only to rise to the challenge, new challenges of the market. When, truth be told, true education starts long before that in learning literacy, elementary school, basic education, which is important. That is to have the type of education that endows the people to think critically, to be citizens. You can't be a citizen without thinking critically. It's very important for us to educate people so that they are capable of innovating, not just reproducing rote knowledge, just stuff that people are spewing out of their mouths. So the new economy requires this ability to innovate, to relate things, and to be creative, to invent new things within the world of work and all human activities. This Inter-American Conference of the Ministers of Labor, perhaps it is one of the most effective ones that we have within the OAS system because it's a conference that traditionally has a great showing of ministers. When there is such a great turnout and engagement, attendance by the top-level authorities, you see down at the technical level, there are more concrete results, such as the Real, which has played a key role on the technical subject matter and with political buy-in, and the example that you gave about that conference held in Brazil, which was groundbreaking in Brazil because it brought together the ministries of education and labor to talk together about the new challenges faced in the labor market digital economy, and other challenges that we face. Now, what was clear to everyone there is that the key to the best preparedness for education, for the labor market, is education, professional, vocational, and professional education. Lifelong learning is another concept that emerged from that conference, and that is this idea that there isn't any longer that stale education in which you just go to school, you graduate, you're trained, you graduate, you start working, and you don't have to study anymore. Static education. Now imagine a doctor or a surgeon that isn't going to the international conferences in his area, her area, and does not stay abreast of technological breakthroughs. That person falls behind. That happens in all areas. And so it's key for us to create opportunities, offer opportunities for workers, executives, people who work in services in all areas, for them to continue this lifelong learning through even certificate programs. That's another idea that emerged in that meeting. We do have a system for offering certificates for these skills. It doesn't have to be through the formal education system, just granting recognition in a more broad way with which someone can vie for better positions in the market. So I just want to publicly recognize the importance of these conferences of labor and bringing together the outlooks of the ministries of education and labor to ensure that people can rise to the challenges, the new challenges that we face in the labor market. Thank you, Ambassador. In fact, in the last Inter-American network of labor ministries, we have been hearing about how the two worlds of labor and education are talking about how learning actually happens outside of the classroom. So I think we're on the right path in talking about skills. Now I'll give the floor to Ambassador Victor Fernandez. Ambassador Fernandez, before I switch to English, let me just recall that not that many years ago in the same place we celebrated the 100 years of the International Labor Organization, the ILO. If there's any country that has always represented the world of work, it is Barbados. You, sir, have always been there.
Together with the Bahamas, had led the Caribbean with the Inter-American Conference of Ministers of Labor. In 2017, your country hosted the conference and currently holds the leadership role in its working groups. From that perspective, as leader within the Inter-American Conference and as a Caribbean country, what value does hemispheric cooperation in education and labor have for strengthening national capacities? And in particular, how can it respond to specific needs of the different member states?
Thank you very much. I noted that a previous speaker preferred to stand. As a broadcaster all of my life, I prefer to sit. Thankfully, I'm not a singer because then the room would be emptied in short order. If we look at the realities of SIDS, small island development states, which almost every Caribbean country, save for Guyana, are basically islands. And consequently, we face challenges of size. We have constraints for resources, because obviously if you're a small island, your resources are going to be limited, both human and natural. The global challenges that face the world impact us very directly and perhaps disproportionately. For example, when shipping is impacted, our supplies double in cost because of the transportation increases that are added. When supply chains are interrupted, we suffer because we cannot get the raw materials that we need in order to do what we need to do. So we do suffer very severely from those global changes. They impact us very directly. We are, as small island states, extremely exposed to natural disasters. And I would remind some, and maybe inform some who don't know, about some of the challenges that we faced in that regard. They've not always been hurricanes or cyclones, depending on your nomenclature. But, for example, volcanoes. I remember well the devastation of the island of Montserrat, where the entire city was completely demolished, wiped out, and where almost the entire population of that island had to migrate. And I don't think they've ever recovered fully from that. Montserrat today probably has, I believe, no more than about 1,200 people, because more than half of the island is uninhabitable. That same volcanic activity also erupted twice, in my recollection, 1979 and again more recently, I think in 2023, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And not only did it impact and cause severe damage in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but even in neighboring islands like my own in Barbados, we were completely covered in ash. And for several days, you couldn't leave the house. You couldn't go out to work and so on, because the wind took it up and brought it down over us. And the cleanup on that took several months, literally. I know I had a crew at my home cleaning for about 2 weeks, and just a shift of wind and another gust of it would come, and you'd be covered, everything would be covered in the ashfall. That's just one example. And then, of course, we have the hurricanes. I think of Hurricane David, which virtually decimated Dominica. 60% of the population was homeless as a result of Hurricane David. And more recently, they had another major hurricane about 3 years ago that impacted Dominica, almost destroying most of the infrastructure of the country. 2017, Hurricane Maria also did severe damage. In more recent times, Hurricane Beryl barreled through the Caribbean. Now, whereas my country was not directly hit by the wind, we were affected by the marine environment. Almost the entire fishing fleet in what used to be a safe harbor were destroyed. 500 fishing vessels, and we have not yet fully recovered from that. Jamaica, we know what happened in Jamaica in recent times with the devastation there too as well. So we see that natural disasters, natural and sometimes unnatural, impact us in a disproportionate manner in small island states. Which brings me to the whole question of where we stand with organizations like CD and the OAS. Because none of us, not one of us in the Caribbean, has the capacity to be able to rebuild or to provide the resilience and the resources necessary to sustain us in the face of such devastating consequences. And so the OAS offers, and CD offers us the opportunity for specialized knowledge. It allows us to get into best practices and to learn what is desirable. We are faced with challenges as a result of these disasters that impact not just the immediate operation of a country and your sustainability, but we are also impacted by the devastating impact it has directly on things like employment. Because in an environment where the infrastructure is destroyed and businesses and so on are wiped out, you have very little opportunity other than your social services to provide resilience for your people. So for us, the OAS is a window, an opportunity for us to use the resources and the skills that are available there to speak at times with CD as one voice, to have shared solutions to the challenges that we face. We, in turn, are strengthening our national institutions, education. This has been mentioned by previous speakers, the importance of education for today's market. Education in the traditional way is no longer relevant, so we have to upskill in order to meet the demands of the economies that we face today. We have taken steps to create a national training initiative where literally hundreds and hundreds of training courses are available to the average citizen at very minimal or no cost whatsoever, free, to allow them to either reskill or upskill or to learn new skills in order to meet the demands of today's technologies. In addition to that, we have created a ministry of educational transformation. So there are two ministries dealing with education. There is the Ministry of Education, which deals with the traditional stuff, and then there is a Ministry of Educational Transformation. And through that ministry, we're seeking to develop programs and curricula that will equip tomorrow's generation for the challenges of tomorrow's world. We recognize that we have to create more jobs in the green and the blue economy. Barbados has been in the forefront of climate change. We have been in the forefront of resilience to address issues of climate change, as expressed through Prime Minister Mia Mottley in several of her international interventions. But over and above that, we have, since the 1960s, embraced solar energy. Barbados is one of the leaders in developing solar energy. There's hardly a house in Barbados that you wouldn't see solar water heating on the house. But we've now gone beyond that. Houses are being powered by photovoltaic technology, so we're using the sun, we're using the wind, we're generating electricity from that. Hybrid vehicles and electric vehicles are more the norm now, and given the current price of petrol, and if you think in America that you pay a high price for petrol, what you're paying per gallon is virtually what we may be paying per liter. So we know that this is something that is not sustainable. We've made, therefore, the transition into public transport. I think the majority of our buses, our public transport buses in Barbados today, are electric vehicles, and obviously, consequently, they're also air conditioned. So we're not sitting back idly and just accepting the reality of where we are. We are taking steps to ensure that we have specialized knowledge, we increase best practices in all that we do, and therefore the OAS and CD are integral partners to give us access to resources, to be able to share information and best practices in order to build a society and an economy that is more resilient.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. To close this panel, we have one last question, and the same question for the three ambassadors, and that is, why do you think that it's strategic for the countries of the Americas to actively participate in the mechanisms of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development? I see Ambassador Jill Christ, who chairs the Roe Fund and who's with us in all the meetings of, and Ambassador Castellanos, who chairs our Commission on Policy, and the ambassador who's at the head of the Inter-American Agency for Cooperation for Development. Well, and we also have Ecuador, Ambassador Valencia, whose country had just had the preparatory meeting for the ministerial level meeting. 2 arduous days of negotiation where they agreed on the draft declaration for and plan of action for the next ministerial level meeting. In that context, what message would you send to member states about the value of the OAS, both in terms of education and for the work agenda or labor? I still don't understand. People don't understand that I like to speak with a microphone. It's a matter of magical thinking. A friend said to me that it's bad luck to take up a microphone, and I always pick it up. So, Chewy, thank you for your microphone. Well, it's extremely important that we use the mechanism we have to coordinate cooperation and to build hemispheric unity, to build the Americas. And that's why, if I may, I'd like to answer the question. It's through collective work that we can work with relevance and provide for the American citizen, bringing together educational visions, which is what we are supporting, educational visions for development, and guarantee employability through education with that relevance, with an instrument of collective personal happiness and hemispheric security. The OAS is the proper environment to build consensus, political consensus, and then based on that consensus, move toward multidimensional cooperation and multilateral cooperation agreements. That then provides national capacity building and technical and lasting skills for citizens who are committed and who have the knowledge, and if I may say so, with democracy. Education needs to be in dialogue with the new talents and the new spaces for employability. And the goal here is to guarantee ways out for our countries. This is the political space for making cooperation for development a concrete reality. We have the great experience of dialogue in the area of education, and we would be very pleased to extend an invitation for dialogues that take place in other contexts, always come to spaces like CD. In that way, we don't have, on the one hand, the Inter-American Development Bank that's reporting to the finance ministers that's completely disjointed from Minister of Labor or Minister of Education. CD has a great deal of work ahead, and we need to support that, and the Minister of Culture as well. And here we understand culture from an approach as proposed by the Ministry of Culture of Panama. She talked about the great value of culture as a good, as an asset. I would also say as a way of life. And I'd like to close with an invitation. That's to the 12th Inter-American Commission for Ministers of Education that will be held on the 21st and 22nd of July in Quito. That will be an opportunity unequaled and unparalleled to work on concrete action. And let's recall here, thinking is also concrete action, just as innovating and integrating is. Thank you. I wanted to call your attention to a key point in today's discussion, and that's social inclusion. When we're talking about work, employment, employability, training, education for employment, and these coming together, how they overlap, there's no doubt that CD provides a unique platform to bring together all countries of the Americas and have a comprehensive view of development. And that makes it possible to look at all of these issues from the perspective of social inclusion. Today, we talked a lot about the almost methodological issue of the market asking for something, and we need to find supply to meet the market's demand. And I'd just like to recall that these issues, what's underway, and there are a number of challenges before, be it digitalization of the economy, be it climate change. These are not forces that are almost divine or superhuman that impact humans' ability to deal with it. But really, it's just about adapting to what's happening, seeking to respond, not just seeking to respond in a passive way to the market needs, but it's also about our capacity to look at things from a more strategic point of view, from a point of view of state intervention and regulation of activity. I'm thinking here of artificial intelligence, for example. Artificial intelligence We have policy and leadership in this area, but we know very well that it can bring tremendous progress for science, benefits in the area of medicine, curing disease. But there are also some catastrophic predictions about what might happen with employment, what's going to have an impact on employment with artificial intelligence. So we have to look at the labor work. We have to look at what's required by artificial intelligence. Instead of looking at it from that point of view, we need to look at IA as one component in the collective that and look at it in a way to how do we create social inclusion and use it. So this is a more comprehensive view. We can talk hours about, for example, technical improvement, how to improve capacity building for the labor, and look at the new market trends. But if we don't talk about women, for example, women who need support, be it in terms of support for their children so that they can go study, financial support, if we don't talk about basic health policies for workers so that workers can be productive, if we don't talk about the day, what happens before going to work, and we talk about the weakening of work or making it more precarious due to the new technologies, if we don't talk about other aspects, these other aspects, and the whole social protection network that's needed, if we look at things in an isolated way, whether it be education or work or labor, if we don't include all these other factors, then I think we're on the wrong path. We will be at the whim of forces that we see as superhuman destiny, almost a supernatural force that's being imposed on everyone, when in reality, we have decisions before us that are actually very human in nature. And we need to look at our interest. And so this is the warning I'm issuing. And I think this is the place to talk about this in an integrated way, from the point of view of integral development. And also, this is the place to manage to have concrete results from technical cooperation, exchanges of best practices, and greater mutual learning from each other amongst all the developing countries in our region. Thank you.
Ambassador Fernandez.
Thank you. I think that the previous speaker identified some of the challenges that we face in many of the small island states too as well. The linkage between not just the traditional education, but educating for tomorrow's world and ensuring that you have all of the elements, the pieces that will go to support it. Under the Ministry of Educational Transformation in my country, one of the innovations introduced was that all primary schools should have a breakfast program. Now, there are a lot of these that are done on a volunteer basis, but to have a national program that speaks to the need to ensure that you have the nutrition to be able to allow you to study is certainly something outside of the box and not the conventional way of thinking. So that is part and parcel of the new strategies that we are employing in our economy to try to not just come up with training programs for the new skills for artificial intelligence, for digital technology and all of those things, but also to ensure that that you have the capacity to be able to be able to study. A simple thing like nutrition is such an important part of what has to go hand in hand with all of these programs. We see CD as a gateway to opportunities. In a country as small as any Caribbean country, you could never provide all of the resources, skills that you need to be able to face the challenges of tomorrow or even of today. And so within the OAS and within CD, we see that this is an opportunity, a gateway that opens up opportunities for all of these small island states. It creates, in a sense, a level playing field where we are allowed to amplify our capacities. strengthen our institutions nationally and regionally, and to work collaboratively across many platforms, and so have a greater impact, whereas individually we would have very little impact on our own. We see the OAS as a neutral platform, one that creates space for, in a sense, political trust, a bridge between countries with different capacities, different geographic locations, size, economies, and even language too as well. So those are my final remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ambassador. Y finalmente para
And finally, to close this panel, all that's left to me is to agree with Ambassador Quiñones. I have never had the opportunity to work with you, but if I do, I continue to work with the team that you left behind, and so I fully agree. And I'd like to give the floor to our head of Technical Secretariat for the Chief of Labor and Employment section. Madam Camacho, ambassadors, thank you for this conversation, which we had as a background, the profound transformation that we are seeing in labor causes and, of course, in the world of education. And thank you for granting me one moment. And I can't fully deliver on the wealth of this exchange, but we did see the importance of technology. Artificial intelligence, of course, was mentioned, and the positive impact as well as the negative impact in terms of quality of jobs, education, and the possibilities that are opened up by the technology. And, of course, the challenges as well with natural disasters that bringing an environmental and energy transition, which have an impact on the labor market, of course, and we need to keep working for the greatest relevance. In that transformation, one of the most important technologies is artificial intelligence, which provides us with a structural challenge in the region in terms of inequality, informality, and exclusion in both education and employment. And that's putting great pressure to bear on governments and on policy. And that's where CD becomes so important. And here, the ambassadors recognize CD as a forum for dialogue, as a place to create regional consensus around the big priorities for the Americanness, as Ambassador Valencia would say. CD is also a fora that makes it possible to make political commitments concrete and translate them into action and technical cooperation through the network and through the ministerial level meetings. And that provides a channel for intersector approach, especially linking education and work, as was discussed here. And it was a privilege to be with you, and I'd like to thank you for celebrating these 30 years of this mechanism that have yielded result. And today, you're corroborating the importance of it, its relevance, and the fact that it is still in effect. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you to all the panelists for this very enriching conversation, which your statements highlight the fact that integral development necessarily includes investment in people, in their education, in their skills, and their ability to adapt to an environment which is constantly evolving. And this is key for closing gaps and strengthening the social fabric in our societies. Now we will move on to a key moment in today's day, which is the fireside chat, social development and opportunity in America. This conversation is thought of as an exchange which seeks to deepen the social impact and hemispheric cooperation, is highlighting especially the role of development and social dimension of it to strengthen democracy. Throughout this morning, we've seen that development and democracy are not parallel agendas, but rather they're mutually interdependent. For the purposes of this conversation, I have with us the Minister of Social Development from Panama, Beatriz Carles de Arango, in her capacity as the host country for the upcoming ministerial level meeting for social development, President of the Inter-American Integral Development Council, Ambassador Lanza, and Ambassador Krajkovic, Secretary of the Strengthening for Democracy, Secretary of the Secretariat.
Bien, vamos a arrancar.
Let's kick off then. I'd like to start this conversation by going back to something that has been present throughout this day, and that's the idea that development, especially in its social development, is key for the soundness of all of our democracies. Minister, if I may, I'd like to start with you. When we talk about development in the Americas, we're talking about a region that has made significant progress, but also has some loss of ground, which is of concern. What are the main areas that are urgent that you think need to be addressed and that are in play at this time?
Prefiero desde acá, por lo menos la primera.
I'd like to start as the first. First and foremost, I'd like to extend protocol greetings. I'd like to accept the invitation extended to me and to Panama to participate in this extraordinary meeting. And I'd like to congratulate all those involved in this organization because it provides us with an opportunity to talk with each other and to seek solutions together. From Panama's experience, we could say there are three major areas of urgency that can't be put off. And the first is closing the gaps between macroeconomic success and the real situation we see in the field. In income in Panama is around 19,000. We're one of the economies that's growing the fastest in the region. And that's driven by logistics, the canal, tourism, transportation. But in contrast to that, we have a population, 20% of our people live in poverty, almost 10% in extreme poverty. We need to close this gap or make it smaller. And that can be done by achieving autonomy and by seeking opportunities for rural families, indigenous women, for young people who want to be part of the labor market. That would be the very first urgent matter that needs to be addressed, but not the only one. The second urgent matter is the need to strengthen protection and coverage for that whole vulnerable population we have, which is surrounded by crises and challenges. And we need to transform the assistance, traditional assistance, and that approach into a different approach, which is to build human capacity. We still see this, for example, with the climate change and the crisis we see, floods and natural disasters, which are having a huge impact on our country, but especially that population. Their housing, their capacity, their health, their education, ability to get a job, all of it's impacted. And it further increases their poverty and increases the exclusion, makes that gap larger. The third urgent matter would be to understand that social policies need to be thought about from an interinstitutional, multi-sectoral approach, including the family, private business, the government, academics, and the government as a whole. A very significant part of understanding what's at play or what will happen if we don't address these urgent matters is that we're going to have a high percentage of people who are living below the poverty threshold will start wanting the property of others. The issue is to make this an opportunity for intervention in a timely manner to make sure that these people have well-being and have access to the economic system.
Muchas gracias. Y bueno, vamos.
Thank you. Well, we'll go on with Ambassador Lanza. How much does that impact the quality of democracies? Can you answer that, please? Thank you, says Ambassador Lanza. Well, almost good afternoon. Here I am again in this panel. I think throughout the day, we've seen references to this issue and the idea of democracy and social development and the reality that we have in our societies where there are still fractures, there's still exclusion, and it impacts the democracy. When I took over the chairmanship of CD, I remember a famous speech of the first Argentine president of democracy who said, with democracy, we eat. With democracy, we can make progress. And there was a promise there, encapsulated, a promise for that decade. And in several democracies in the region, in addition to having a more stable democracy, of course, and that would fulfill all the requirements of a party-based democracy, rotation of power, and so forth, it would also bring economic prosperity and social development. And the truth is that this has been an Achilles heel for our democracies. It's a very complex issue and still is today. And I think Ambassador Quiñones was trying to highlight that when we look at the Latin barometer, we see people who criticize the democracy or don't think it's the best system for resolving their problems. And there is the crux of the matter. It's not the only factor, of course. We're in the context of revolution in communications and technology. We've been talking about disinformation. In other words, there's a whole series of factors that come into play here. But I do think, at least from Uruguay's point of view more specifically, of course, democratic systems need to look at those who have been left behind over the last 30 years. We still have not managed to bring benefits to those people. They have not been able to benefit from democracy in their everyday life. Sitting here, and I'm saying it for myself and many that are here, we have benefited from democracies and the evolution of the democratic system, but some people have not benefited. And that's why we need to make sure that they also join the defense of democracy, and they won't do so if their problems are not solved. And now, says the moderator, I'd like to go to Secretary Sebastian Kwekevich. Could you answer the question and add to what Ambassador just said? How do we make that cooperation effective? What results are expected? Thank you for the question. I think it's key to what we're doing here today to ask ourselves about the trip, make sure that each meeting leads to results. And I think in the area of CD, as a system, we have some very concrete possibilities. For example, I'd like to focus on the 3 levels we have and coordination of them, and in the area of social development is super important. When ministers of social development come together, there they define the policies in those meetings. And then you have the second level, which is the coordination month to month in spaces here in CD, specifically in the Inter-American Social Development Commission. And so they coordinate those efforts. And then the third level is operational, and that's fundamentally important. And without that, we wouldn't get anywhere. Then we have the space for specific cooperation and implementation in reality, practical application, to put in place the vision that took place at the higher level. Let me give you a specific example. In the most recent meeting of social development ministers, they decided to move forward in 3 main areas.
We have to strengthen how we measure multidimensional poverty. Poverty isn't just not having money, it's having access to other things, cultural aspects, education, a healthy environment. The second priority, how do we strain technical cooperation among states? 3, how do we move toward a more complete, robust, comprehensive social protection system, social network? Now, we have to go down all 3 paths to come up with the results. We have professionals from 28 different countries, almost the entire membership a part of this space, and we have concrete examples such as the disability policy that Guatemala has. There's been exchange on that, integration of young people in, in the Dominican Republic, and we're just starting a community-level social policy to tackle poverty in Panama. These are concrete results that go to show that when we work on this day by day, week by week, as the ambassador said, to make sure that with democracy you can actually have something to eat and live better. So the last leg of the stool we have to work on. We have to keep in mind that we're looking at the end game, the end of the trip. We have to have that insight at the beginning stage when we put the whole thing together.
Eso es precisamente el desafío al final.
That is the challenge at the end of this meeting. Minister, we go back to you. Considering the importance that member states, Panama included, grant to the Ministry of Development, so some areas move faster, others not so fast, but the concrete results ultimately is what we seek here at this organization, and that's what we've been hearing about. What about you? The truth is, we do acknowledge the value that these meetings have, and we continue doing everything we can to hold that meeting in Panama. I think that it's very important for us to bring down poverty and to reduce the inequalities in our populations through developing human capital, giving this group of people the tools they need, the inputs and the training they need for them to slowly pull themselves out of the situation they're mired in, and also crafting public policy and enhancing the social protection systems that we have, placing importance on the most hardest hit populations, women and young people, including the most vulnerable people in all the different areas. Now, the important thing about these meetings is for us to have this conversation so that we can actually see and make sure that this communication effort actually bears fruits. For us to achieve great things, drawing from the expertise of others right now. For example, with Peru, we are engaged in an exchange on a host of matters. We're talking about labeling, results-based budgeting, the poverty index that is multidimensional, including the indigenous population. So we are looking at topics that are close to our hearts. A concrete case in point, this meeting right here, all of us are together talking about all these different things and what we have in common, talking about what we have in common and trying to find solutions through this dialogue. I would ask the same question of all three of you. If you had to point to a concrete priority that the region should be focused on right now, we know that security is a cross-cutting issue throughout the region, or matters of inequality, or also cross-cutting common issues. Now, on development, what would your priority be by the end of the meeting and at the next meeting when we come together again, when you have to look back and see what you've done? Easy question to wrap up this session. Now, this organization is engaged in putting together a strategic plan for the next 4 or 5 years, and I think the question that you've just asked is important for us to put together a priority-based strategic plan. The member states' priorities, let's not forget, and on this we agree between this and the prior panels. We have carried out a common diagnosis of our problems, and the priorities stem from that, to reducing extreme poverty, better gauging poverty through a multidimensional approach, And we're in the first stages of implementation of that in Uruguay, for example, not just based on income, but other things that people lack, that they need, and how that ties into all these other dimensions: democracy, poverty, exclusion, organized crime, that preys on that population. That's one focus. The good news, as has been said here, the OAS has many of these instruments in the Security Secretariat and CD, for example, with all the different instruments that have been mentioned here. And another I didn't mention, which is Convention on Persons with Disabilities, Convention on Older Persons. We're starting to implement from the OAS and its different councils. And so we're going through a beautiful stage in which we are focusing on those priorities and ensuring they be strategic in our plan for what is coming down the pike. To complement what the ambassador said, he talked about the overarching topics: security, poverty, inclusion. I think when we look at how best to approach them, what's key is for us to zero in on garnering a consensus around how to approach these. Now, all of these topics are something we see in our countries throughout the hemisphere. 90% of the issues are things we have an agreement on, and there is 10% perhaps where we don't have agreement. We can come up with a map of a consensus, map out our consensus, and then focus on those things where we have that consensus. We will achieve more. So we need to identify those different areas in poverty, security, social inclusion, where we actually have common ground and can move forward together. If we identify those areas, they might be small and might be very concrete, but on those we can come up with concrete results, legitimizing further democracy, because when democracy doesn't produce results, it's watered down, it's weakened, and people start thinking about alternative systems. If we were to focus on these commonalities, I'm certain that we can come up with lasting results. Otherwise, if we focus on those areas we don't have a consensus, I think oftentimes our countries are going to be happy to see any progress. And what you end up doing is 4 or 5 years down the line, we realize there's been a lot of backsliding in those areas that we had already made progress on. So I think we should build on our consensuses. Thank you. Well, there's a very, very powerful idea that we could draw from this. This is the basis of development in our societies, and these priorities we've been talking about are what the different countries are focused on. Now we're going to move on to the next segment, Voices of Impact, so that we continue to translate all of these experiences into concrete results across sectors. Here, we're going to start with the port sector, strategic approach for connectivity, trade, and economic development throughout the region. We're going to hear from David Jean-Marie, Director Executive of Barbados for Port INC in his capacity as President or Chairman of the Executive Committee of the Inter-American Committee on Ports. We are eager to hear your presentation.
Member States, ladies and gentlemen, in our capacity as Chair of the Inter-American Committee on Ports Executive Board, I would like to congratulate the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, CIDI, on 30 years of fostering integral development across the Americas, becoming a reference of hemispheric cooperation. It is important that I mention that the CIT, created within the framework of the CIDI in 1998, is the only permanent forum of its kind under the OAS umbrella. Thanks to the institutional stability provided by the CIDI, the CIP Secretariat has become a regional benchmark for port cooperation. The trust from the CIDI has empowered the CIP Secretariat to move beyond dialogue and achieve tangible, measurable results. For instance, thanks to the CIP Secretariat's Improved Disaster Risk Management for Caribbean Ports project, a critical initiative for regional resilience was successfully completed, producing the SIP Model Emergency Operations Plan, MEOP, available in the SIP portal in the 4 official languages of the OAS. This project was such a success that Phase 2 is now in development with the Caribbean Shipping Association as a collaborative partner. The support of the SIP Secretariat for the project on the establishment of a Barbados Port Community System, PCS, to streamline various business processes and digitalize port operations cannot be understated. Other projects include the institutional and operational assessment of St. Vincent and the Grenadines Port Authority, which served as the basis for the current port development success, and the feasibility study for the establishment for an electronic single window for trade in Belize. Under the mandates given to it by member states, we commend the SIP Secretariat on its scholarship and capacity building program, which from 2016 to date has awarded 4,027 scholarships for professional certified courses, online and in situ, as well as a yearly master program to port personnel from 34 member states. These scholarships, valued at $5.5 million US, have been awarded in collaboration with partners like the National Port Authority of Peru, the National Training Center of Argentina, the Navigational Center of Uruguay, the United States Coast Guard, and Puerto de Estado from Spain, among many others. Importantly, 27 hemispheric conferences have been organized in collaboration with members of the SIP Secretariat Board, exposing over 2,500 port personnel to successful practices in the 6 SIP priority areas. Additionally, since 2020, the SIP Secretariat has held 81 webinars exposing over 14,000 port personnel from 33 member states to best practices. Considering the high impact of these concrete results, with thousands of beneficiaries from member states, it could be said that the CIDI-SIP relationship is a model for how political mandates translate into technical excellence. Additionally, I believe that the progress we celebrate today in our ports, from reduced carbon footprints to safer, smarter logistics, is proof that when CIDI invests its trust, the SIP delivers results for the benefit of all citizens of the Americas. In closing, I would like to reiterate my sincere congratulations to the CIDI in its 30th anniversary and thank it for its unwavering support of the SIP.
Ok, muchas gracias.
Thank you. We're going to focus on a key aspect for the future development in the Americas, which are strategic partnerships for development, because as has been made clear throughout the morning, challenges of development are huge, be they economic, social, or environmental. They call for better articulated responses that cut across borders and sectors. Throughout these 3 decades, the Organization of American States, through the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development and in coordination with the American Agency for Cooperation and Development, has consolidated a diverse ecosystem aimed at results, including multilateral banks, the UN system agencies, social bilateral partners, and private sector and social or civil society. This has enabled us to focus on community programs that are key in competitiveness, innovation, education, development of SMEs, and environmental sustainability, strengthening institutions, and beyond financing. These associations represent a fundamental source of knowledge, innovation, and shared commitment, positioning the OAS as a trustworthy platform to transform dialogue and leading to concrete cooperation. Now I'm going to talk about these emerging challenges and how best to build on that which we have already achieved. We're going to hear, or actually our moderator for this session is going to be Dr. Barbara Kochwar. She is an officer, the officer in charge of the Executive Secretariat of Integral Development and Director of the Department of Economic Development. And also we're going to have Chet Donovan Nemor, Ambassador, Permanent Representative of the Bahamas, in his capacity as the chair of the Directing Board of the Inter-American Agency for Cooperation and Development, and Ambassador Carmen Monton, who is from the permanent is a permanent observer from the mission of Spain at the OAS, and Céline Giusti, ambassador from also a permanent observer of France, as well as Mr. Veljko Pilak from Serbia.
Ministers, distinguished ambassadors, our chair of CD, Ambassador Lanza, colleagues, friends, and partners. It's a tremendous honor to be here today to moderate this panel on strategic partnerships. The organizers of the event have asked me not to talk too much about how much of an honor it is and to get right to the conversation. So I'm going to do that. But suffice it to say that our partners really help us do what we do and to help to promote prosperity in the Americas. Without strategic partners, CD would be able to do much less. Strategic partners, of course, help us with financial contributions in order to scale projects, but also enable us with technical cooperation and joint initiatives to bring specialized skills and specialized technology and knowledge to the region, and in-kind contributions that strengthen capacity and knowledge across the areas. So these partners certainly represent a good slice of that, and I want to get to talking to these distinguished panelists. So Ambassador Niemer has served served CD in many different capacities. He's here as the chair of the management board. But reflecting on your deep experience with CD, I wanted to ask you, Ambassador Niemer, what you think is the OAS's comparative advantage in development, and when can it add the most value?
Well, thank you very much for the question, Madam Moderator. First, I'd like to congratulate CD on its benchmark accomplishment. 30 years. 30 years is the new 15. And I say that because 30 years can go by in quite a flash of the eye. The formulation of CD came about in 1996. And I'm taking you back essentially to draw the necessity of CD. When we look at the fundamental objective of CD, in 1996 we were facing the end of the Cold War. We were facing NAFTA. Actually, in 1994 was the first Summit of the Americas, and it was also in 1993, 3 years prior to that the organization went through an introspection. It amended its charter in Managua in 1993, and in 1996, the effects of that came about with a reformulation and a restructuring of the OAS. That included the formulation of CD. During that time, it placed a number of the activities, education, science, and technology. Well, it wasn't so much science and technology, then it was science, and dealing with matters of inequity and equality, or inequality. So the objective of CD at the time was really to be responsive, reactive to the needs of the member states. So the comparative advantage to the OAS has been a continuing thread. The OAS has the opportunity, the comparative advantage of convening 32 member states, in addition to, I think it's grown now to 75 permanent observers in almost, again, the blink of an eye. You can call a permanent council meeting, you can call a meeting of these parties, and you can get everybody to essentially discuss, engage, and derive some level of consensus for the way forward. So you have that. You also have the OAS being a trusted and in so many instances an honest broker on political levels, and also on a number of issues being able to reach across into the wider inter-American system. We have in the inter-American system, you heard that the IDB has come from within the ambits of the OAS. You also have the relationships with PAHO, AICA, and other entities. So being able to be flexible, pliable, and accessible, and being able to have the member states from one spectrum, from those highly developed countries and small island developing states. So its ability to be able to be responsive and reflective is somewhat of an acute position that the OAS enjoys.
Thank you very much. That's tremendously helpful history and context for the work of CD. You mentioned the permanent observer states, and we have 3 represented here who have helped out the work of SETI and supporting CD in many different ways. And I wanted to start with Ambassador Carmen Monton. Ambassador Monton, Spain has been a strong partner with CD on inclusive development, and I wonder whether you could talk a little bit about that experience.
Thank you, Dr. Kashwar. I'd like to start by expressing thanks for the invitation to take part in this commemoration of 30 years of city. This invitation has offered the observers has sent us a positive signal, encouraging us to continue offering our commitment to collaborating with multilateralism. This is a great opportunity for us to address the longstanding partnership between Spain and the OAS, and to stress Spain as a successful strategic partner in achieving the shared goals of inclusive and equitable development. Spain has had with the OAS a relationship of cooperation that is quite diversified and consolidated with all of the observing countries, making us a steadfast partner as well as outside donors for this organization. We have a list of 200 different programs that we've carried out and 80 million euros that we have contributed through the Spanish Fund for the Organization of American States and the Spanish Agency of Cooperation, a specific fund that for 20 years now this is a mechanism through which Spain makes its voluntary contribution to the OAS. In addition to that fund, I would like to also address the fact that in our platform for support for MIRS, the MIRPS, which we contributed to, and we are reaping the fruit of the latest projects pushing through inclusive, innovative public policies. It's within, from that standpoint, that Spain has offered support for the micro, small, and mid-sized companies headed by women and vulnerable populations in the countries of Central America and Mexico. This support is in keeping with our sound feminist foreign policy that has a strategy for cooperation with women's groups. Now, next June, we are going to host the 5th conference of feminist foreign policy in Madrid, and we hope to see you all there. Lastly, as a part of our partnership with the OAS, we offer institutional and policy or political support. There was a visit to Spain just a few days back, at the end of April, of Secretary General Ramdin. He came to sign a memorandum of political dialogue and with ministers of European foreign ministers and that of Spain, Minister Alvarez, and a new plan to execute the Spanish cooperation projects, as well as the visit of Anton Leis, the General Director of the Agency of Cooperation, who recently visited Washington. So Spain, in short, is a long-standing committed partner with the OAS, and the states of the OAS can continue counting on us for equitable and inclusive development in a region, that of the Americas and the Caribbean included, which is a priority for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, and the support from Spain, particularly in helping to develop mechanisms that boost shared prosperity, are so important to us. Now, turning to you, Ambassador Giusti, Ambassador Solano this morning talked about the importance of language and the importance of shared language and gave some examples in her country, Costa Rica, of how this has been significant in development. France has been such a strong proponent of language education, both in the OAS and in the Americas. I wonder whether you could talk a little bit about why language skills and linguistic diversity are so important to development.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Barbara. I'll be speaking in French since I'm coming to talk to you about training French teachers. First, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel, and I'd also like to congratulate CD for its 30 years. And I'd also like to express the great pleasure we have in working with you on this project for training French teachers in the Caribbean. It's a project that started when I arrived, actually, the first meeting with Chet, actually, and Kim, your predecessor. That first meeting, you asked me, how could we help to develop French in the Caribbean countries? And I was very pleased to be able to find funding for a project that's called Carré Franc, and that helps us to train some 100 teachers in 5 Caribbean countries in the western part and Barbados, affecting some 500 students. Now, why did France invest in this kind of project? Well, to answer the question put by the ambassador of Ecuador earlier, it's because France believes in education. That's one of the areas where we think that education is the very foundation of development. And secondly, I'm sure you've heard me say and repeat during the Francophonie week, a language is not just a means of communication, it's also a way of seeing the world, of having a better dialogue with others. So developing the teaching of French in partner countries is a way for us to support multilingualism, multilateralism, dialogue, and to support a better mutual understanding amongst us. And it's interesting for France to develop the teaching of French, especially in the Caribbean countries, because we too are a country of the Caribbean with our French territories, overseas territories in Martinique, Guadeloupe, Guyane, Saint Martin. You are our neighbors, so we need to be able to have a dialogue with you, have exchanges with you, and to cooperate better with you. So this program has that objective in mind as well. Our French territories in the Americas want to be better integrated into the regional environment. We should be able to celebrate at the next CARICOM summit the accession of Martinique and Guyane as associate members of that organization. And these are means of us to be better integrated into the region. But to that end, of course, we have to be able to speak to each other. And I think that French is a way of being able to speak to each other better. And then beyond that, we train teachers. If we're training teachers, then we're strengthening the educational system. If we bolster the educational system, then we're bolstering skills, then we're promoting economic development, and we're favoring job creation. The program is actually part of France's vision, which has been developing and defending a division it has of development. Recently, we held the G7 on development. So the French Ministry for Development expounded on our vision. Our vision is one of partnership. It's about respect of the sovereignty of our partners, and is based on solidarity. So the Carré Franc project that I was talking about is all about that. It's a project about building with the region. It's about respecting sovereignty, because what we want to do is to develop skills within the states with whom we are cooperating, and it's solidarity because we are focusing on the human being and we're providing skills, and that's how our territories will be able to develop better. So I'm delighted to have had this opportunity to be able to tell you about this beautiful project, and thank you for helping us put it into place. And once again, happy anniversary, 30th anniversary.
No, thank you very much, Ambassador. It's a pleasure to work with you, and I think that the support of France for enhanced training of French in the neighborhood makes it a better neighborhood with a better ability to understand one another. And training of educators is just so important and has a multiplier effect on development, so we thank you so much. Next to Mr. Pizjak from Serbia. Serbia has recently contributed to several programs in CD, and so we wonder whether you could talk a little bit about what makes this a good platform for cooperation in the OAS.
Well, thank you, and not to break the rank from the ambassadors who spoke before me, I'll speak in Serbian. So I hope you brushed up on your Serbian language skills before you left the house.
Only if you first have a cooperation program in which you teach us Serbian.
That is coming after the World Cup. Thank you and happy birthday, CD, or as we would say in Serbian, srećan rođendan. I'm sure that some of you, if not all, if you're honest, are asking yourself, what is Serbia doing here in the company of these esteemed and, objectively speaking, much bigger countries? Well, I'm here to tell you that Serbia has been one of the bigger contributors to SEED in the past 10 years, as Barbara pointed out. And we see this OAS and CD specifically as a trusted platform for structured approach to the region and Western Hemisphere. And not only that we contribute with funding, but we also try to contribute with experience and share of knowledge and technology. So when we speak about disaster resilience, we have to say that we speak from the experience. 10 years ago, well, 12 now, in 2014, we faced severe flooding. So we improved our early warning mechanisms, and we invested a lot to avoid, and knowing that Western Hemisphere, and especially our friends in the Caribbean island, are facing climate change effects. They're very severe. We've been happy to share our experience and knowledge, and we had multiple conversations with member states, especially from the Caribbean region, about that. And when it comes to the gender equality, we're proud to say that we've come a long way. For example, 40% of our MPs now are women. 1/3 of the government ministers are also female, and especially proud to say that we have the highest ratio of female researchers in science, which is much higher than the EU standard. And we're willing and quite happy to share that with OAS and with member states. And also we are talking to famous Mr. Shukri here about institutionalizing through OAS mechanism educational support, becas, stipends, and such.
So, no, thank you very much. I mean, certainly nobody is asking, what is Serbia doing here? We're just happy that you're here, and we're happy that you gave us more insight and are supporting in such important areas. Resilience and equity are keys to development in the Americas. I think if the past 30 years of cooperation have told us anything, it's that with the right partnerships, this institution is able not just to respond, but to lead. And so in order to move us to the end of our program, I would just ask each of you to give us a one-sentence response on what you think should be the priority for the OAS in development. And we'll go in the opposite order, and so turn to you, Mr. Pizjak.
You said one sentence, so I'll be short. Reduce inequality.
Excellent. Ambassador Giusti.
Well, I would say strengthening the resilience of the most vulnerable countries.
Embajadora Monton.
Microphone for the speaker, please. Women should be the stars, the protagonists. Otherwise, democracy will be undermined.
It's going to be several words, but modernize, innovate, and leverage and evolve.
I think we have our marching orders for the next 30 years. Thank you very much to a wonderful panel.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you to all the panelists for this conversation. Your statements highlight the fact that strategic partnerships are a key part of integral development, not just as a source of resources, but also as a space for joint construction of solutions, exchange of knowledge, and to create impact. We should also recall that the future of CD will, to a large measure, depend on its ability to continue strengthening those partnerships and projecting them into new areas for cooperation in response to the challenges in a region which is constantly evolving. And with that, we come to the closing of a day that's made it possible to recall 3 decades of work, 30 years total, but also to project into the future and look at integral development of the Americas in the future. Throughout these meetings, we've seen how CD has evolved as a space for dialogue, cooperation, and action, concrete action, how it's managed to create impact in key sectors, especially in people's lives. We also have reaffirmed a key idea, and that is integral development in all of its dimensions is vital to build more fair, inclusive societies and ultimately democracies that are sounder. To now give the floor for the closing remarks for this session, it's my honor to give the floor to the Assistant General Secretary General of the OAS, Ambassador Laurel Gil.
Bueno.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to say very many words, just a few words to conclude this commemoration, this celebration. And they're based a little bit on the experience I had in this first year as Assistant Secretary General. And what I'd like to say is it's been a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank Barbara for the effort she put into this celebration. And I'd like to start by saying that beyond everything, these years, 30 years, have shown us that our organization lives with the reality that we actually speak about out loud. And that reality is the following. And that's how I've experienced it. For some states, the OAS is the political forum par excellence. And for others, the OAS is more than anything an instrument for development cooperation. And that duality creates a tension, which is no small matter. Whereas for many, the natural preference for development lies in the Inter-American Development Bank, and now ACA, the Caribbean Bank, and not here. But CD arises from where those expectations come together, the expectations of the 2 blocks of countries. So the question is not, are we more oriented towards politics or development or policy versus development? That's an academic discussion 30 years later. The question, the real question is, are we able to do both things, be both things in a credible way today in the midst of a full-blown multilateral crisis or crisis in multilateralism? We see this reflected in the budget when institutions reflect clearly. That's where we really see their real priorities. Austerity, yes. But you have to cut in a uniform manner might seem equitable, but it's not always fair. Not all programs have the same impact, nor do all states have the same capacity to absorb those adjustments. The substantive debate should be about identifying what cannot be cut, without weakening critical capacity. We need to prioritize based on policy criteria and not just accounting criteria. Austerity is necessary, but it needs to have a purpose. And if we don't prioritize, we will be administering poverty. If we prioritize well, we will be building a future. Institutions can survive through inertia, but they only last over time when they meet the challenges of their times. CD today is 30 years old, and now it has to decide whether it's relevant enough to live for another 30 years. To conclude, I'd like to thank the member states, observer states, and the Secretariat for their commitment. And I'd like to invite you to the inauguration of the documentary exhibition and photographic exhibition that will be taking place now. And the images should help us recall that our trajectory only makes sense if we are able to evolve and change effectively. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, embajadora, y muchísimas.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you, one and all. As the Ambassador said, you can move on to the exhibition. And for me, it's been a great pleasure to be with you today, to listen to you, and to know that amongst yourselves, you're listening to each other. Thank you. Good afternoon.
1, 2, 3. Uno, dos, tres, audio probando. Uno, dos. No dice. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.